meeting of the Harwich Conservation Commission for January 8th, 2020. We have a full agenda tonight. First on the agenda is request for determination of applicability. The Harwich Conservation Trust, 588 Queen Anne Road. Proposal for vista pruning and creation of a trail, installation of a wood bench.
Indeed. Howdy.
Good evening.
For those who don't know me, I'm Tyler Maycath. I'm Outreach and Stewardship Coordinator for the Trust. So we're proposing to do some pruning in 2 different view corridors off the trail at Cornelius Pond Woodlands within the 100-foot. Also establishing a new trail spur off the existing trail going out to a peninsula in the pond for a scenic view, and there would also be a bench installed at that location.
Okay. Any comments for us, Sammy?
That's this one? I thought he meant there was.
I've also filed with Natural Heritage, and I'll be waiting to hear back about that as well.
Okay.
So I don't really, other than, my one question was, there was potential other area near the first scenic view corridor that would require a little bit less in order to create a nice view, and Nikki and Tyler walked that yesterday. Tyler did move the stakes. I think either way, it's fairly minor if it's just limited to pruning, but, so it is limited to pruning lower branches off of trees and trimming down things like sweet pepper bush to a height of 2 to 3 feet. I would recommend no lower than 3. And then there's already an existing kind of social trail that's going out to the peninsula, so not a whole lot of extra work would really need to be done to create it. And there is even less amount of work to be done. It's just pruning down of the shrubs and pruning up of a few trees there and putting the benches in too. This is our brand new, the trust owns it. The town has a conservation restriction on it, the Cornelius Pond Woodlands property. So the trails are open, but this would just be an added draw to the area for people to come and enjoy it. So I just recommend approval pending the natural heritage okay for this. I don't know if we really technically shouldn't close this tonight without that.
So we can rule on it and leave it open. Is that your recommendation?
Yeah, with any conditions they may have. I wouldn't close the hearing
Right.
tonight. That's all.
Okay. Sounds good. Any comments around the table?
No.
None?
No, I applaud what you're doing, making
Wow,
it
thank you.
more user-friendly. I like that.
That's great. We appreciate that.
All right, well, let's have a motion, and just keep in mind that we have to keep the hearing open until we hear back from Natural Heritage.
I'll make a motion to approve the IDA for the Harwich Conservation Trust, vista pruning and creation of a trail with a -3 determination.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by John. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Brad.
So what we'll do is we will not sign this tonight. I'll put it on really for signature only next time, as long as they don't have any comments that would change anything drastically. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not really.
So you won't need to come, most likely. All right,
Okay, next we have
thanks.
346 Route 28 and 0 Sisson Road, proposal for a mini golf course.
Amy, we have many abutters, and many abutters will probably away for the holidays. Do you want this full stack?
We'll take them. We're just gonna end up scanning them anyways, so that it doesn't take up that much room in the file.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dan Croto from Moran Engineering, here with Slaviosev, one of the owners of S&S Amusements, who is looking at putting in a mini golf course at the area, at the current cleared area that was where an excavating company had done their work, and where there's a lot of currently parked vehicles and trailers. We submitted the site plan, the overall site plan, and an aerial photo which shows pretty clearly shows the area of the formalized parking. Right now, a lot of it already is parking from the go-karts, and actually a long time ago was a small mini golf here, and whatever other uses for the property. And so it's existing stone, grass, most of it's unpaved on to this northeast side. And the idea would be to keep it unpaved except for the handicap disability parking area, which would be right in front of the 20 by 24 ticket booth, and then behind that would be, I believe we also submitted the general layout of what the Castle Golf, who Schwab and his partner have been working with to come up with the concept for the golf course, keeping it coastal looking, the landscape features. But the area, as in all of 28 in this area, and all of Shaw's and Shaw's parking lot, and the other commercial areas are within the 100-year floodplain, which is a coastal floodplain, which would extend to be, if during the 100-year storm, of course, water would come in through Allen's Harbor or Herring River and flood this area up to elevation 11. Most of the, because this golf course is quality, as we can see, and they're looking at doing a quality operation, the idea would be to keep most of it above the floodplain. But the parking lot, which would, a lot of that is within the floodplain, and a lot of that is on top of existing parking area. So the floodplain, of course, is put up by the National Flood Insurance Program. The recent revision in 2014, they're the model, which is much better than the old model, creates the flood insurance map. Mass DEP wisely gives the commission the ability to regulate within this 100-year floodplain, making it a resource for the purpose of, I believe it's storm damage prevention, and basically not to impact a neighboring property. This property, which is different than other ones across the street and stuff, is that the back of it is not in the floodplain. It's up against the higher hillside. So it's not in a floodway path of the water. Coastal floodplains themselves are not, they don't have a compensatory storage situation as in a inland river or a lake situation, where if you actually fill a piece of the floodplain, you're actually raising the floodwater. That's kind of almost the opposite with coastal. If you're filling, you're letting less water in. Again, water comes in a coastal storm, as the storm's coming by, comes up, generally this being at the very height, at the very back of the floodplain would be a situation where something we've seen recently that happened on the north side just a few years ago. The storms coming by, winds blowing from the south at high tide, had an astronomical high tide. Generally it's back out within 6 hours or so. So it floods in, floods back out. So being up against the hillside is not going to impact the floodwaters. The property itself has the go-kart course to the south, and then is completely surrounded by Harold Street, Sisson Road, and Route 28 by pavement along the floodplain boundary. So, and again, the parking is on top of existing parking and stripped area. We'll actually should be adding green area. We also submitted the landscape plan. The project itself is going through, has been applied for and needs to go through for ZBA, zoning board approval, and planning board approval. Planning board being the most intensive, that would be in February. Where the town engineer will need to go through the drainage, which is a different situation than the floodplain. Drainage being rainwater, but floodplain being a coastal storm. So we're asking for the committee's okay to move ahead with this under the fact that it doesn't impact the floodplain or neighboring properties in a coastal storm. With that, I will open it up for questions, and myself, Swavia here, and property owner, I believe, is here, and the other business owner is here.
Thank you. Any comments?
Sure. So just to remind anybody in the audience who might be here for this one, the mini golf course, the purview of the Conservation Commission is for land subject to coastal storm flowage only on this property, which really only encompasses the flatter lower area closer to Sisson Road and Harold Street. If there are any questions that really get into aesthetics, lighting, things that are happening towards the back of the property near the condominiums, that's outside of our jurisdiction. While we do care about them, it's just not in our jurisdiction and purview to rule or comment on them. So for floodplain, this is an existing disturbed site. This is on the edge of the floodplain of Allen's Creek, which leads into Allen's Harbor. I think this is an improvement it's going to bring with the native plantings that you have proposed, which are substantial, are going to provide more native habitat value, more plant diversity on the site, things like that. And the only comment I would have for that particular thing regarding the plantings is I would recommend against tupelos. While they're great trees, they don't do well in exposed sites. They tend to like a little bit more protected sites near ponds and things like that. I just think, so you have other trees that you have here, maybe you could just augment with extras of those or something else from our native plant list, cedars, things like that, which may do better than the tupelos. Just want to make sure whatever you plant there actually does well. So I really don't have any questions other than I would also recommend that we, again, put on the stipulation of the no chemical application within our jurisdiction. I'm guessing you are going to want irrigation, which we don't necessarily prohibit. It's really the chemicals that we seem to be most concerned about. Okay?
Thanks, Amy.
So with those conditions, I'd recommend approval.
Okay. Mark, I'll start with you. Any comments?
No, I completely agree with what Amy had to say.
Okay, Stan?
Same here.
All right.
Yeah, my only concern would be about fertilizers and the chemicals on the golf course itself. Is there a plan for what type of turf is going in there, or is it synthetic or?
Very little turf. It's going to be synthetic for
Right,
for the
mini
beach golf,
golf.
and most of the planting beds would be, mainly plants. We're going to have strips of grass to soften, everything, and but we're going to use the conservation seed. Harmony seed for the most part. Outside of the flood zone, there may be. It all depends how quickly we move, but there may be necessity of sod installation, but we'll try to avoid that.
That's my only comment on it.
I have no substantive comments. I think it's a little ironic that a miniature golf course actually provides more coverage and help to our conservation issues, but it does in this circumstance.
Any comments from the audience on conservation issues? Please step to the podium and identify yourself.
Do you want to talk?
My name is Nancy Balecki, and I'm in a butter. I have a condo at Harold Street. I have very much enjoyed the quietness of my location, other than, I know that's not your issue, other than the go-karts. However, I also enjoy the wildlife. We have coyotes that come through and actually are quite active in the area. We have fishers, we have foxes, and other various wildlife. How is this going to affect the ebb and flow of the animals in the area?
Do you want me to? Unfortunately, with floodplain, wildlife habitat is under the Wetlands Protection Act. Wildlife habitat is not one of the interests for floodplain. If you were living within 100, if it was within 100 feet of a bordering vegetated wetland, a salt marsh, things like that, it would be different. But because of what this wetland is, which is just the flood zone, unfortunately, that's not one of the interests. I can say the plants here as proposed, in my opinion, would provide better a food source for maybe smaller animals and birds and things like that. But I can't comment on the coyotes and the fishers and things like that. Just due to the nature of the resource area, it's not regulated.
Okay.
I will add, if I could, that the existing areas that are trees are staying trees. The golf layout and the parking are within the existing cleared area. And there is an area all around, or to the side that isn't pavement to the east, which will stay uninterrupted by the golf layout. The golf layout itself runs into the go-kart fence and back, which would have already been an hindrance to wildlife passage.
Well, that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience?
Shannon Goheen, Second Nature Garden Works. I did the plan, and I wanted to speak to your concern that I put trees in there, first of all, to try to help preserve your privacy. And,
I live off tree,
yeah, okay,
so I haven't had a chance to see the plan.
okay. So I put trees in, pines, natives, to help preserve the privacy of the abutters. And it's my understanding in my observation of wildlife that if the coyotes are there, they'll come back because there's conservation grass, there's low native foliage, stuff for rabbits to hide in. The coyotes will come and try to get them. So I can't imagine that you would see too much difference. Initially, maybe, when everything is disrupted, but as it settles, I think it'll come back.
Any further comments from the audience? Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion on this RDA?
I'll move to, excuse me. I'll move to approve the RDA with -2 determination. 346 Route 28, Sisson Road.
Okay,
I second it.
second,
Before we have a vote, can I ask a question?
sure.
Do you have a fence around this golf course?
Yes.
That's my question.
Okay, so seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody please sign.
Mhm.
Stuff when it's ready, or do you want us to mail it?
You can mail it, it's fine, Amy.
Okay. I know you're in town hall a lot.
Yeah, and if I'm in, I'll pick it up. But we have to go through the planning board and
All
ZBA.
that jazz, yeah.
The next item on the agenda is a request for termination of applicability for 2092 Head of the Bay Road, proposal of abandoned cesspools, install a septic system. The applicant has requested a continuance to January 22nd, I move that we grant the continuance.
I second it.
Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we have a request for termination of applicability for 296 Route 28, proposal for a site reconfiguration with a new snack shack and septic system.
Good evening, Lynn Hamlin, representing the applicant.
Good evening.
Read a little differently than I wrote it, I was thrown. This is similar to Dan's project. It's improvement of existing recreational site that's only within a coastal floodplain. There is no other resource area that extends within 100 feet of the project area. There is a wetland to the east of the project attached to that drainage basin, but all the work will occur outside 100 feet to that wetland. I had submitted one plan with the original request for determination, and when they staked the project out on site, they realized that it could be better configured for usage and aesthetics. So you have a revised plan that actually concentrates all the proposed activity forward of the parking area. So there's a proposed snack shack. There's it's a concrete pad that they're going to put those, the bungee trampolines on, where you strap yourself in and jump up in the air. That's all gonna be forward of the parking lot. There's not really a septic system on the lot currently. There was an existing house, so presumably there was some sort of cesspool there at one time, but they're putting in a Title V septic system to accommodate the facilities. There's actually going to be a site reduction, an overall coverage reduction of about 937 square feet. You can see the existing gravel drive, that they're going to concentrate the parking around that main parking lot, and they'll get rid of that gravel and loam and seed it with a conservation mix. So there's a almost 1,000-foot site coverage reduction. I'm going to just ride on Dan's narrative and keep it short so you can go watch Jeopardy if you are so inclined.
If we were so lucky.
That would be nice. I don't think it's gonna happen tonight.
At 8 o'clock, you still
We're
have
gonna
time.
try. Okay. So this, I'm gonna keep it brief too. I mean, in this one, there's really no planting provided. We don't really need that here. It's all an existing area. And where it's not, the edges, it's pretty invasive. So I think it's certainly not gonna impact, this is again flood zone and no other resource area, certainly not have an impact on land subject to coastal storm flowage or abutting properties to that. If anything, it might actually be a little bit more pervious in some locations than it currently is now. It's pretty hard packed down there. So other than any of the new structures having to meet building code for being in a floodplain, that's a given anyways. I just hope that they have something on top of the concrete slab for the large bungees.
I had submitted a little photograph
Yeah.
in your narrative. That's what they do. If you want to.
I'd recommend approval with a -2.
-2. Thank you. Mark, any comments?
No, I agree with Amy. I do have one question, though, only out of curiosity. Where's that basin fed from? Do you know when?
I don't, Steve might.
I think that comes from the drainage off of Route 28.
Any idea what path it takes to come out there?
No.
Okay.
It does get there, though. When it rains, it fills up.
Stan?
No comments.
Jim?
I guess just to put a condition on about the fertilizer.
Yes. Our typical condition of that as of October of, now 2 Octobers ago, the no chemical, no pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers within the floodplain. Would you allow irrigation? Doesn't ask for it here, but maybe we should say yes or not, like, agree to it.
Yeah, I don't think we would oppose at that location, but I don't know, is it part of the plans?
The irrigation?
Mhm.
I don't have it on the plan.
Yeah,
That's all.
then if we won't need it, then. It
Okay.
doesn't look like there's a lot of landscaped areas, but it does say proposed trees and stuff, so.
Okay, Carolyn?
I have no questions, and I think I would be in favor of irrigating whatever green they're putting in there.
Nice to irrigate, to put in an irrigation system.
You want it or you don't want it?
I think we're okay.
Yeah,
I'd like to see some green in
yeah,
there, but
well,
that's,
that's the idea, we're gonna try to dress it up, so yeah, I mean, and we will have water there now because of the building will require it, but we didn't have it before, so, yeah.
we're not talking a large area, and it's not as if it's going to flow into something else. So I would be in favor of greenery there and an irrigation system for the greenery.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion on the RDA?
I'll move to approve the RDA for 296 Route 28 with a -2 determination.
Second?
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Let me have you sign this. Lynn, in the mail, or do you want to pick it up?
You can mail it. You send it certified, right?
We do.
I'll pick it up, it's just filed to the mailbox, the post
We
office
appreciate
is to you. Thank you.
All right, please sign. Anybody who came in kind of recently, there is a sign-in sheet in the back of the room, which we'd appreciate you signing in, especially if you plan on making any comments.
Next on the agenda, we have a request for termination of applicability for 88 Belmont Road, proposed addition, outdoor shower and bulkhead.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Paul Shea, Independent Environmental Consultants, representing the applicant Ann Shapiro for 88 Belmont Road. The proposal before you is to build a small addition to the existing house, approximately 10.5 feet by 12 feet, a small outdoor shower, and a bulkhead to the existing house. There is that the work will take place within land subject to coastal storm flowage. The addition is obviously going to be right next to the existing house. It's cleared land. No removal of trees or anything to do the project. What we hear before you is because, again, it's within land subject to coastal storm flowage, 100-year flood zone, elevation 12 within the property. Answer any questions?
Thank you. Any comments first, Amy?
This really is on the most part of the flood zone. It's about 15 feet within it.
Right.
At most. So, the current elevation where it is right now is, between, 10 and 11 there, or 11 and 12, and the flood zone is a 12 here. So, again, we're only determining whether or not this project will have an adverse impact in the event of that 100-year coastal flood event. It's proposed to be on a crawl space foundation.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We did go out to the site, took some commissioners with me today to take a look at it. Looks like maybe 2 trees would need to be limbed up a little bit.
Correct.
And then, let's see, it would need to meet flood standards. Because this is such a small addition and small amount of work, it doesn't meet the 50% rule of needing to have the whole house comply with floodplain standards. It's just that the new part would have to. And, as presented, it's a couple of comments from an abutter, and I did email all that to the commission, and as well as sent it to the applicant, just so you can be aware of it in
Yep.
case those questions come up. And I don't see how, as designed, how it's going to have an adverse impact to abutting properties in the event of a coastal flood.
Thanks, Amy. Any comments from the table?
Nope, I have none.
It's an easy night. No.
So far.
I just have one question, which is, I think the plan shows a bulkhead, and I'm curious why there needs to be a bulkhead when it's crawl space foundation under there.
I don't know whether it's just for some extra storage down there or for utilities, but my understanding, it's just a small bulkhead and,
Be able to
obviously,
do utilities,
right, it's
yeah.
basically, I don't think they can go, very deep, and whether it's just for some additional storage, I don't know.
Jim?
Just the condition regarding the fertilizers and chemical use on the lawn would be my only comment.
Okay.
Carolyn?
No comments.
Okay. Any from the audience?
Hi, my name's Kevin Donnelly. I'm at 92. I just came to find out what's going on. I've been to the Conservation Commission to have a shed put on. And I'm not against the addition. I just wanted to make sure what was going on. As I went through a rigmarole just to put a shed up, which was not permanent, which is smaller than this. I did have a concern, so it is in front of this commission that no trees will be removed? I'm sorry, I didn't catch this gentleman's name.
I'm Paul Shea. and-
Paul, I apologize, I
Yeah.
didn't catch your name.
My understanding is they're not removing trees. I think they just want to limb up the area, to get in there to work. I get what's going to happen from the project engineer who stamped it, and my understanding is they're not taking down trees. But if they have to take one down, they have to get in touch with the Conservation Commission.
You'd make them replace it if anything.
Well, that was my next question, because Paul, looking at the house from the street, the addition going to the right?
Yes.
Because I'm on that side of the house, and I assume that's where it was going. Because there's a shower there, it's coming out 10 to 12 feet. I mean, that's not you folks, though.
Sideline setbacks aren't, and I have an extra copy of the site plan if you did want to see it. So
yeah.
you could see distances, it's 20.4 feet
Well-
from post,
20 point from the post,
from the property line.
property line. Okay, I trust you, I don't need to see it. I'm not gonna call you a liar on TV. So, okay, because there was, when I bought the house 2 years ago, there's a bulkhead along the property line that goes right to the, I don't know, how, when that got approved and whatever. It was there when I bought it. So it's not to exceed 10 by 12?
The plans are 10.5 by 12.
Okay.
Very small addition.
Okay. Because I had the same question, why would there be a bulkhead on a crawl space? Yeah,
Pretty small project.
okay.
You sure you don't-
Unless you live next door to it. And it doesn't exceed that, that's all. I just wanted to have my facts, so I can be, again, I'm not against the project. I just want to make sure it stays in what was approved by this board and other boards.
My understanding, it conforms to zoning, and that basically it needs a Conservation Commission approval and then a building permit.
Okay. And this committee does not have a problem. Like I said, I'm just here to get informed.
We only look at whether or not this is gonna have an adverse impact in the event of a flood.
Mhm.
And as proposed, I can't see how this is going to have an adverse impact in the event of that flood.
Mhm.
Actually, I mean, this is gonna have to, the addition is gonna have to be flood compliant, whereas the rest of the house isn't, so.
Mhm.
But we have extra copies if you wanna see it or just have it for yourself, you're welcome.
Yeah, I will take it. Like I said, I'm not against the property, I just wanted to get educated and be
Yep.
knowledgeable, so nothing down the road happens. Thank you for your time, Commission. Paul, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. If there are no further comments, then I'd like to motion that we approve the RDA for 88 Belmont Road.
Second.
With a -2 determination, seconded by Jim. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Okay, the next RDA on the agenda is for the common area of Daisy Street and Sequotum Road. Proposed to rebuild beach stairs, and they have requested a continuance till February 2nd,
February 5th.
February 5th. And so I move that we grant that continuance.
Second.
Second that by Jim. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, next up, we have a request for amended order of conditions for 2A Hinckley Road, proposal for installation of a stairway and a landing. Good evening.
Evening.
Any further information for us?
No, I believe I gave Amy some plans of everything,
Mm-hmm.
and it should be pretty clear. As you remember, there's a question, we put a landing spot in there, and it wasn't on the original documents.
Mhm.
And other than that, it's a stairway, and we'll revegetate anywhere we disturb next to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's it.
That's it. All right. Any comments on this, Sammy?
Yeah, a couple comments. So this is the after-the-fact filing for this. The landing that was constructed is 10 by 12, and so that was in addition to what we granted. The staircase as originally proposed was just supposed to be kind of intermittent treads or stones inside the grade. It's a very formal staircase. Typically staircases down banks, we have a whole set of requirements for what those are. That being said, it's up to the commission what you want to do with that. Your approved plan didn't show disturbance outside of that 4-foot wide area where that access was to be, yet there was a lot more disturbance that was done. So the planting plan that you showed, which when you came into the office, I expressed that I did not think that it was enough plants. It roughly is like one plant every 15 feet, as you've sketched it out here. I don't necessarily see that as mitigation, because that's an area that should not have been disturbed. Down closer to the water, I do agree that that was already somewhat clear in some areas. That being said, I mean, I do want to move on with this as well. So my recommendation is to roughly triple the number of plantings so we get the correct spacing. And we can talk about, I mean, I'm not going to make a recommendation with the stairs yet. I do not think the stairs as they were built conform to our guidelines for building staircases down inland banks. But is it more or less disruptive to keep them? How do you want to proceed with that? So I'll leave my comments for there for now.
Okay. Thanks, Amy. I'll start with you, Carolyn. Any comments?
No, I just hate when, excuse me, when someone goes a lot further than what we approved.
Well, to put the stones in, or masonry stairs, was, first off, there's a scribbled path, existing footpath. That's not where it was. It was more this way toward where the stairway is. And regardless of what we did, we would have to do some digging to do that. And a masonry stairway was just something that was financially out of my realm. It just was too much money. So I had seen this done in other places. Didn't know that I'd have to come before you and change that. I didn't know that there were regulations on that per se. So we went with the pressure treated, and it is a variety of pressure treated rated for marine areas and ponds and so forth, and which is very expensive, but nonetheless, we did that. They're well anchored, they're not going to leave, and we used masonry in between them, dry laid brick in that 4-foot area, and That's what we had to do. I mean, it just, to do a masonry stairway, just money-wise was, I got one price and I almost fell over. Almost died.
Well, I'm referring more to the staircase down to the water.
Yeah,
The last section.
that was, yeah.
Amy, can you remind me how it does not conform to our regulations?
Staircases, well, one, the pathway notes as per the approved plan did say, so if there was a change, we allowed, let's see, so the existing path to the dock should be improved with a series of 4-foot wide masonry steps, which will be set into the existing grade. Typically, we allow, our regulations require kind of intermittent steps cut into the grade, meaning just randomly kind of intermittent to break up the grade, or that they're supposed to be raised above grade 18 inches. That is, I mean, the commission can grant a variance from that. Up to the commission if you see this. I mean, again, it was the existing path was to be improved with a series of 4-foot wide masonry steps, which shall be set into the grade. So if you view this as the equivalent, then that's fine.
Thank you for that explanation. Jim, any comments?
So you're offering to not build the boathouse as mitigation for the landing?
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that. That's good.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
Seems like somewhat, so the area where that would have been down there would just be planted then?
I'll just leave it natural, the way it is. We didn't disturb that,
Right,
That's really nice.
okay?
yeah.
Other than remove the old boathouse. And we removed that by hand,
Mhm.
and actually we burned any wood we could in a barrel, and then carried everything else up.
It's all coming back, that whole area.
Right.
It's coming back.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good mitigation for the landing, I suppose.
And if I might add, where we did disturb on that lower section of stairs going down to the water, we really didn't disturb that much. When we put that cloth down, which you asked for, and they just went, I wasn't there, they just went crazy, and I was like, it's okay, I don't care. But
Scared them.
really, the only thing we disturbed is a ton of poison ivy, which I pulled out last summer. Let it grow, let it get big, and literally pulled it out. And some of it was rope. You should have seen it. That was quite an endeavor. But that's really what we disturbed, was the poison ivy. And I jokingly said to Amy, well, I can let the poison ivy grow back. That's mitigation, isn't it? Joke.
Grow anyway.
Yeah. But no, I'll be happy to plant whatever's needed here. And
I just think you need a little more, that's all.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's all.
Well, I'd like to see the whole area planted right up to the stairs.
Oh, yeah.
And become naturalized.
Yeah, I do want to naturalize it right to the stairs. I don't want to have landscaping that I have to take care of. believe
Yeah,
me.
it really shouldn't be by the regulations, it should just be natural.
And if I might add, we didn't put a railing in when Amy said stop. Nothing's been done. I mean, they literally packed up and left. We want a railing on one side of that, and I thought we'd do the pressure-treated posts and then a rail, whether it be galvanized pipe or rope in between. I probably am going to go with galvanized because my granddaughter has CP, and a rope isn't stable enough for her, so.
Okay, that's all for me.
Thanks, Jim. John, any comments?
Any plans for a dock?
Yep. Not this year, but there'll be a dock. I think originally we
It was
talked,
approved.
about,
What's that mean?
The dock's approved.
we talked about 60 feet, and I don't know till I get down in the water and do it, but I don't think we'll be going out 60 feet, maybe 20 feet. It's just enough to tie up a
Oh, I see.
canoe
That
or
was the original plan.
something, too. And that dock has to be aluminum now, I hear?
Whatever your conditions state, I mean, that is very
Okay.
much preferable. It rests, it's lighter, it's less disturbance.
Right.
People tend to like them.
Well, I just have to comment that the commission has an ongoing problem with people doing stuff that would not be permitted by the commission
I
if
see.
they were asked first. And people who are building should know very well that the commission needs to be consulted prior to doing this sort of work. And I'm not at all happy, and I'm not sure that I can support doing an after-the-fact permit for this thing, which was clearly done without the necessary regulatory approval. Because we have an ongoing problem, every time we concede that, oh, it's already done, so we'll give you a pass, that just makes it more difficult the next time. And I'm not inclined to just say okay to this, because I don't want to have to deal with this, the next time.
Well, I'm not gonna do another stairway, so.
I know you're not going to, but that's not my point. Or I don't know you're not going to, but that's not really my point. My point is, I don't want to have to be someone else who said, well, Borden did it, so I figured it was okay for me to do it.
I understand.
So that's all I have to
Do
say.
you have an alternative response that you would suggest?
Well, that's the pickle we're in, isn't it? No, I don't.
I think the alternative would be to remove the structure. And
Yeah,
I think
right.
we've gotten advice that that could be quite disruptive
Yeah.
to the bank. So, but let's hear around the table.
Yeah, right.
I appreciate your thoughts. Stan?
I'm abstaining on this one.
Okay. All right.
To John's point about the procedure and so forth, I mean, I respect all that, but all things being equal, where it is, what it is, I'm afraid it's gonna be more detrimental to remove it and replace it than to go forward and try to mitigate it as best as possible and making better of a situation that's less than desirable.
I have a question, and I want to make sure it's appropriate. Can I ask a question about the dock storage?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's an amendment order, so the project is up for discussion, but I can see what we condition that as.
That's what I was wondering.
This was a few years ago,
Because
so.
all
we'll
of
see.
this is natural vegetation at the bottom of the staircase, which is why we think it would be more disruptive for you to take out that staircase than it would be to leave it. But I don't see any easy spot down there to store your dock. So I wonder if we can include in the amended order of conditions that the dock has to be stored landward of the 100-foot buffer zone.
It's already on there.
Good.
So when we have a dock, I have to drag it up to the house?
Well, that was part of your permit years ago.
I don't remember that.
It was either the storage of the dock should be outside the 100-foot buffer unless it's hung on the boathouse, which we don't have anymore. We can talk about because the patio area that you put in is outside the 60-foot area, if he could secure it to that patio, would that be acceptable? It's not gonna be on native vegetation, it's not, if that's acceptable, we could include that in the amendment, or you can just keep it outside the 100-foot buffer.
What's the duration of the order? How long is it still?
This one I actually think,
I think I renewed it last spring.
yeah, you renewed it last spring. I think this for the extension, excuse me. We gave you a year or two.
In the dock storage issue, just so you know, I think that originally we talked about up to a 60-foot dock. Well, I'm not putting in a 60-foot dock every year, I can tell you that. So I wanted it as short as possible, so there's less work for me to deal with on an annual basis. That's all.
If there is a boat on it, though, it does need to have 2.5 feet of depth at the end.
Okay. Any boat?
Huh?
Any boat?
Past that, and that's just our regulation.
Oh, okay.
Have to have
I didn't
2.5
know
feet
that.
of depth at the end of the dock, and that's kind of what
I
dictates
may be
length.
going out 60 feet, then it's pretty shallow, but that's all right, we'll work that out.
Yeah, we can figure that out.
I won't go out 60 feet. I won't have a boat either.
Sorry.
Okay, well,
You're extended until July of 2022. So you got a 3-year.
So we probably should decide on boat storage tonight, since we're talking about it.
Might as well, while we're here.
And I did not make it to the site, so I don't have a good sense of where it should go outside of our, abide by our regulations or make an exemption. I don't know if there's a better spot to put it. Any recommendations?
I mean, I don't see any harm in putting it on that landing. I don't know if you'd want to, though, because then it would be in the way of everything, so.
Well, if we're not using the dock, then we wouldn't be using the
See them.
stairs, so.
Yeah.
And this, when I do a dock, it's not gonna be very wide.
So we could possibly say
It's got to abide by your plan.
the
I
dock
know.
could either be stored
I may have to
on
come
the
to you.
landing
That's
or
fine.
outside the 100-foot buffer zone.
Okay. I think that's a reasonable suggestion. Store the docking off-season on the landing or outside of the 100-foot buffer zone.
Okay.
And my thoughts, after listening to everybody, I think that Amy's suggestion for tripling the plantings is a very good concept. I think removing the boathouse is suitable. I do think that this situation of proceeding without coming back to the commission should warrant a fine. So that's my thought, is it should have a $300 fine associated with these actions. Any further thoughts on that grouping of responses? Any,
Appropriate?
any comments from the audience?
Another thing I would say is that if the final planting plan could be approved by Amy,
Yeah,
or,
yeah.
Okay.
and that would be inspected.
Yeah, what I'll do to the amended order is I'll put a cover letter to it as well, so it's not just the new conditions, which you will see, those conditions. But I'll do a cover letter to everything as well.
Oh, I had mentioned on the paperwork that I filed, there's a dead pine tree. Can I remove that? It's not falling down yet, but it's going someday.
Flush cut?
Yeah, I don't wanna dig out, I just want to cut it off.
Yeah, I'll put that, I'll make sure we make note of that.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and motion that we approve the request for amended order of condition for 2A Hinckley Road with the conditions of a $300 fine for the infractions which were not authorized, with tripling of the proposed plantings for mitigation, with approval from the conservation agent, and removal of the boathouse, and finally off-season storage of the dock on the landing or outside of the 100-foot buffer zone.
Yeah, the boathouse already gone.
It's already gone?
Yep.
Okay.
But we'll remove it from the permitting.
Right, it's not allowed to come back
Okay.
under this permit.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Carolyn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any, one abstention and,
And I'm a no.
okay, one negative. So we have 4 approvals, 1 abstention, and 1 negative.
411.
Motion carries.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And should I just bring the fine money into you?
I have to send it to you, so, I'll mail it to you at the address that we have on file for you. I'll explain everything. Okay?
Very good, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The next people might be out there. I can go get them. You got them, Dan? Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have a request for amended order of condition for Witchmere Harbor Club, 23 Snowin Road. Propose the reconfiguration of the pools, patio, and relocation of a coastal bar.
Hello, everybody. Good evening.
Did everybody sign in?
Yeah, you don't have to do it right now, but before you leave the room, please sign in the back of the room for the minutes purposes.
There's a lot going on here. Feel free to grab.
Yeah, they asked for it to come in.
This isn't right. I still.
Actually, I'm just gonna look at what you have, 'cause that's easier than putting this all
I
out.
know, there's not that many holes on the backside,
That could just be how they, carry it around. I don't know if that's part of the product when it gets laid out. We'll ask.
I see.
We'll see. You're smart.
Good evening. Dave McNevich with Coastal Engineering Company. I'm here with Tom Mulcahy from Hawk Design Landscape Architects. Mike Charlotte and Bill Ganchert are here from Witchmere. Ben LaFrance from Hawk Design, and also Andrew Singer is here. So back last summer, we were before you for a project to renovate the pool area and buildings. And, I'm sorry, George Gakitis, the architect, is also here, sorry. We were in front of you and with a project to rework the pool area and buildings down there. So what is up on the board right there is what the existing conditions are right now. On the left side is the beach grill building. On the south is, of the patio, is what Witchmere calls the coastal bar area. And then the 2 swimming pools in all of the patio area and driveway approach. Up in the northwest corner is some grass parking, reinforced grass parking. And then that large green area is a turf lawn area as it exists today. So just to, and I put that up for reference, and then, because we're gonna be talking about some changes. So what the commission approved in,
David, they can't hear you if you're, well, I don't know how we're gonna do it with the mic, but,
I'm
or maybe just wait to talk.
I'm gonna retreat.
Okay.
So this represents what was approved by the commission what I wanted to just refresh everyone's memory was that we proposed a new beach grill building to replace the existing one on the west side of the patio. And there was an addition to the coastal bar area that was approved. And then also in the northeast corner of the patio was a new building that was for restrooms and a small retail area. And pools were reconfigured and relocated. So there was no change to the deck on the south side of the swimming pool patio where it interfaces with the beach. There was no change to anything on the west side of the beach grill building. And the lawn area stayed as it was. Really, the patio itself did not grow in any dimension. So that's what was approved. And or actually, Ben, we can just put the other, your plan up. So after getting approval from the commission, there's been a lot of work done in terms of reconfiguring some of the pool and patio area. The beach grill building is approved, and there's no change proposed to that in terms of its footprint. What is proposed is to take the coastal bar area, which currently is at the southern end of the patio, is to relocate that to the east side of the pool patio area, and relocating it will move that out of the flood zone, out of the wetland resource area, and get it up onto the upper lawn, what is presently upper lawn area, outside of the flood zone. So that'll come back out of the flood zone, and you can see the 50-foot setback line sort of at near the southern end of the building. The other thing of note is, and Tom's going to talk about the artificial turf area that's being proposed here, but even though the pool patio, the pool area is expanding to the north and to the east, there is no change from what's been approved in terms of where the edge of disturbance in patios and brick access drives are on the west and south. So, and then as you can see from this plan, and I think we alluded to in the letter to you, we're actually going to be overall with the introduction of all this interior green space, reducing the amount of impervious coverage at this location by about 470 square feet. And then also, there is a substantial reduction in fertilized lawn area that exists now by approximately 25,600. We actually just reran a number today, and it's probably a little more than that. Could be as much as about 27,500 square feet of existing fertilized lawn area that will be removed as part of this proposed amendment. So I think I would leave it at that, and maybe let Tom fill you in about the landscaping and hardscaping that's proposed.
Before I get started, I'll let you. A lot of information
Pass.
on turf and some case studies that
Great.
are relevant, and the actual sample itself.
So we'll probably, we'll need a little time to digest some of this
Yeah.
as well, but thank you. Do love a good show and tell. So is this, just a quick question, is this the base that goes down, or is this really just to hold this up for right now?
That's the backing to the actual pile,
Okay.
and then it sits on sand and then a layer of stuff.
I'll let you do your
Yeah.
spiel, sorry.
Okay. So as an alternative to proposing a maintained lawn like what's existing, we're proposing to use the synthetic turf manufactured by Sinlawn. Sinlawn is widely used throughout the region and the U.S. as a lawn alternative. The great benefit of synthetic turf is that there's no need for chemicals, while also being a permeable surface that will allow water to run off and recharge the groundwater. We have used synthetic turf in many local instances, and it provides a great durable surface that can stand the test of time. Turf is constructed out of polyethylene. That's the fiber that you're feeling, and it's woven into polypropylene, which is the backing. It's layers of it, and then a bio-based polymer made from sugar cane is coated on the back. And that's kind of like the glue-type substance that you feel. And that kind of secures the fibers, preventing it from shedding. You can actually give it a little tug, and you notice that nothing will come out. Turf is installed on 6 to 8 inches of crushed stone, followed by 2 inches of a sand leveling course. And then on the perimeter, it's actually nailed down or into nailer boards. It gets anchored in place. On the back of that turf sample, you'll notice that there's holes punched into the backing of the fabric. That allows the water to permeate through the backing into the surfaces below. Based off of the manufacturer's data, we calculated that the rate of permeability to be 50 inches an hour per square foot. As a comparison, the sand that is below the turf has a permeability rating of 8 inches an hour per square foot. So the sand is really our limiting factor when it comes to permeability. But even the 8-inch hour rating of sand exceeds what lawn and loam permeability rating would be. Once the turf has been installed, sand is then swept into the surface to create a realistic foot feel to the system and to assist in the overall stability. The average life expectancy of the turf in New England is about 20 to 30 years, and that's based upon average usage and the amount of UV light in the region. Regional suppliers and installers that we have used typically replace older turf due to color fading. The product itself is actually still intact. It's from the sunlight fading the color, so they want to replace it. When they do end up replacing the turf, it's fully recycled at a facility that will melt it down and repurpose it as a different product, like a tarp or something similar to that. So in conclusion, we feel that this synthetic lawn is superior to traditional maintained lawn in that it allows full permeability, requires no chemicals, and no weekly maintenance with gasoline-powered machines.
Thank you.
Any questions on the turf?
Not right now.
Question, which areas is it?
So on the plan, it would be the darker green panels around the pool deck. And the lighter green would be the existing maintained lawn.
Excuse me, how many square feet is that total?
For the turf, it's roughly about 10,000 square feet.
So, are you making any claims about biodegradability of any of this product?
From what I've been told, the fibers and the backing does not decompose over time, and there's no chemical leaching from it.
Okay, so, I found one piece that was already shredding off your little sample, and I easily pulled another piece off. I hope you don't mind I contributed to the degradation of your material, but my question is, do you have any knowledge about whether the product over whatever its life is, whether it's 5 years or 30 years, will it be shedding this stuff? And will that get blown around and end up in our local waterways and in the ocean?
For the most part, this stuff doesn't come off, especially in this type of application. Whereas it's not like an athletic field where it's getting a lot of wear and tear on it, getting pounded every day with cleats and stuff like that. It has about a 1.5 inch pile height, and in this application, it's really going to be like a lounge purpose where people are going to sit, lie down on it, chaise lounges, etc. And for the most part, you might pull a few out on that sample because it's a sample. So everyone does that when we bring it to places and people are tugging at it and, but for the most part, no.
Try pulling one from the center.
Yeah. Did I understand correctly that there's a layer of sand swept into the finished surface as well?
Yeah,
The more, the less exposed, obviously. Would that potentially increase the lifespan of the product?
it won't really do anything to increase the lifespan. It'll just, more sand that's swept on top, it'll be more of a ballast, so it will help stabilize and have more of a natural feel under your foot. Basically, you could fill up about an inch of sand onto that and not even notice it visually. It's the top half inch that you would see.
Do you know when the Edgewater site had this installed in Dennis?
I don't know when, I can find out. It's the same company, the regional supplier and installer is there in Canton, the New England Turf. They're the rep for Sinlon, and we've used them on many projects, and that was a project that he referenced that they did.
Yeah, that'd be good to know, and we could always, go down there and take a look
Yep.
at it.
And that's a putting green, so that turf is gonna be very, very short. It's not gonna be similar to that product.
Just the putting green has it, not the surrounding?
Just the putting green. The surround is natural lawn.
How long has that been there?
I don't know. I could find out.
Amy, can you frame what we should be ruling on tonight or asking for
Yeah.
additional information?
So, just so everybody knows, I mean, we did have a discussion today. I met with the town planner and the town engineer. We had a couple of questions, which we did get a chance to talk on the phone with some representatives here. So there's nothing saying that you can't rule on this tonight, but some of the outstanding questions that they had are Griffin, our town engineer, just wants to chat a little bit more about the stormwater calculations and what you've got there. And Charlene in the planning office, they're really obviously concerned with site coverage and what is considered green space. So for us, that's not really our purview, but if you're considering the synthetic turf to factor in as green space, that's gonna come up in discussion with the town planner, which we're gonna have a meeting on Monday afternoon with everybody sitting down talking there. She did indicate to me today that they would really kind of defer, hopefully, to conservation to determine whether or not this product is better than, heavily treating existing turf that's out there. So how they judge this, whether it's green space, whether they consider it similar to patio, that's gonna be on planning, but there are variances that can be requested if this is not considered green space, if it is deemed to be better environmentally. And then, what else? I guess my other comments were things are kind of reorientated a little bit. We do have coverage on the east side, whereas before it was just grass, turf that you have there now. That's where the beach bar is going. Other than that, I personally like the way that the green space, whether it be potentially synthetic turf and the shrubs, kind of break up the patio, concrete pool patio area that was around the pool to begin with. So you can rule tonight, or you can, if you have any other questions, this is also a fact-finding night, I would assume, that if you have any questions that you want to see any changes done, this is a time to ask for that too.
Okay, well, thanks.
As proposed, they are showing, when you factor in using the synthetic grass, a reduction in hardscape of 470 square feet.
Is there a figure anywhere here on the number of the guess, the pounds of nitrogen that would not be placed in the ground relative to before
I
and
could
after?
probably do a quick calculation based on what the Cape Cod Commission
Yeah, and we actually
publishes.
we had something from Wilkinson too, when we talked about the other lawn, that was about 8,000 square feet and going from nothing to nothing there.
He also mentions that area that we're doing at the pool there.
Yeah, let me see if he came up with a number. I do have
I
that
guess we
here.
have a lot of questions on the product, and
Yeah.
we'd probably like to do some due diligence ourselves, and so I imagine we'll probably continue, and maybe you guys can come back with that in a table form, calculations on reductions of applications before and after. That would be really helpful, I think.
Sure, we can put something in writing, but I'm just curious while we're here, did you have a number from,
I'm not seeing it in Wilkinson's cover letter. I probably have it somewhere in this file.
so,
Oh, maybe it's right behind him. Okay, so for an 8,500 square foot area, they're currently applying 38.14 pounds of nitrogen per year.
wait a minute, let me just,
Oh, actually, they have it right here. So estimated lawn reduction is approximately 21,000 square feet. Estimated nitrogen reduction, that's for both, I think it's for both areas, is 132.22 pounds per year. I'll pass.
yeah, and so that was,
That's the old
before.
plan.
that,
That's when we were discussing what they're currently doing for chemical application.
and that was a 21,000 square foot reduction, I think, in
Here
our
it is.
request.
Yeah, you're at
We said
27.
25,600, and now looking at it, taking into account
Mhm.
the grass, fertilized lawn, parking spaces that would be removed where that
Yep.
turnaround is proposed, it's up another, it's, the number I have is 27,800 square feet of fertilized lawn area that'll be removed.
So that,
27,800.
definitively knowing that would be a good thing.
Yeah,
You
it-
know, on a plan.
Sure, we can absolutely do that.
And we can also discuss, maybe tonight or going forward, is their condition, the condition that I put it in your site summaries, what the condition read from last time regarding compliance with the chemical regulations is, there's more area than just this area and the little wedding lawn area that are within conservation jurisdiction. So we can continue to evolve what those areas are gonna look like, maybe after you try the Player's Best, if we consider something like this. But, so the property shall become compliant with current Harwich Conservation Commission wetland protection regulations in regards to the use of fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides by the time of construction is complete on this project. Alternately, we shall provide and get approval for an alternative means to manage your landscape grounds that would provide a reduction of nutrient loading within the Conservation Commission jurisdiction. That would have to be something that would, approvable reduction. Condition shall remain in perpetuity, so.
Okay. So let's go around the table. I think we have lots of questions, and see where it goes. And Caroline, I think you're gonna abstain?
Yes, I will.
All right, so Jim, do you wanna start?
Well, yeah, a couple comments on the product. I mean, I think it seems appropriate for around the pools and whatnot. And I don't see any difference between this product and any other pervious patio, though. I mean, it's certainly not a green space, it's plastic and stone. And that would be pretty strange to call that green space, but it seems appropriate for that area. And so, in regards to the entire property coming into compliance, and those regulations basically say that any reseeding is to be done with native seed mix. So I really wouldn't see this as a solution for the whole property. I wouldn't be supportive of that. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Jim. John, any comments?
Questions, I don't know about comments, but one is, this flyer on Sinlon refers to, has a four-letter acronym, I assume referring to some industry organization, ASTM, they're tested according to standards. Can you just tell me what that is, ASTM? It's like, it specifies test numbers on a whole bunch of these parameters and refers to them in the test data. I'm just curious, who's testing
ASTM
this?
is the agency that tests all kinds of construction-related projects.
Okay.
Plastic pipe, concrete structures.
It's just a big-
It's the standard by which, they establish the standards in which products and materials have to be tested by manufacturers to determine that they're meeting whatever minimum strength,
All right, I
any
can-
number of parameters.
It's not specific to this sort of product or landscaping products. It's a construction industry standards group or something. That's what you're telling me.
ASTM establishes these standards for testing products, procedures for testing. When we do an infiltrometer test to determine what's the permeability of soils, there's an ASTM standard written as to how you perform that test. It's industry, not only, I mean, it's industry-wide. It covers almost everything. Every product has an ASTM standard for it. When we do compaction testing, there's an ASTM standard that says this is how you determine what the percent of compaction is. It really sets the standard for anyone doing anything.
Okay, thank you. I have one other question, which is about the interior landscaping here. I mean, you do say in one of these plans, the landscape plan under the conservation notes, that you're not going to be using herbicides, fertilizer, or pesticides, but I do want to verify that this applies to all of the landscaping plantings as well as everything else, as well as the lawn, I should say. A lot of these appear to be ornamental type plantings, and I just want to verify that you're planning also not to use fertilizers, herbicides, pesticides in any of those planting areas as well.
Yeah, to that point, some of the ornamentals that you've picked do require kind of a lot of care to make sure that they keep going in such a kind of a harsh environment like this. So maybe just take a look and see something like hydrangeas. I know they're the quintessential flower, but without fertilization, are they going to be able to thrive there? And we do have an expanded list of native plantings, which are nice to look at too, that may do better than some of those.
Right. But the plant species we selected is like a mixture of native and ornamental, non-native invasive species, many of which have either exist on the property now or have existed on the property at one time.
Yep.
Additionally, many of the proposed species will provide a habitat for shorebirds and bees and stuff like that.
Just concerned that without
The
the fertilizers, how well some of those plants may thrive.
thrive, yep.
So, and there is at least one plant here that is considered to be invasive, which I believe anyway, California privet is and considered to be invasive, or?
I don't think
Are
it's
you not-
prohibited. It's not
I see.
prohibited
Okay.
yet. It has invasive characteristics to it, and some conservation commissions will not allow it in those areas. We don't specifically disallow it. I'd have to check on the status of privet.
There's existing privet on site.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're putting in 335 of those? That's a lot of privet.
I'll check on it. That was a good catch. I didn't catch that. Thank you.
That's it. Stan?
I just want to clarify, because originally you mentioned dark green and light green, and maybe I see an in-between green there too.
There's three
So
greens.
the dark green are the plant beds,
Yeah,
right?
these are
Okay, and then,
shrubs.
and then
This is
all of that
turf.
stuff is the synthetic turf,
Yeah.
and so it's the lawn, the one on top is the regular lawn.
Correct.
So if you're so enthused with the synthetic turf, why are you leaving the lawn?
Because we're outside of the pool deck, and we're outside of the buffer zone as well.
If you're outside but you're,
No,
are you outside the flood zone too?
that is outside the flood zone. That, to the north is the retaining wall.
Yep.
But as I understand that,
It's outside jurisdiction.
area is currently used for valet parking, overflow parking at times and events. Soccer. So
Yeah, that's actually, it is outside the 100-foot buffer, and it is outside the flood zone.
No, but the question basically is, if you're so enthusiastic about this turf, why are you keeping natural lawn?
Yeah, artificial turf is roughly $15 a square foot. So when
And-
you factor in cost for the overall site.
So if we keep the lawn, this is still gonna be fertilized and everything, under the current conditions?
If the player's best works out fine, it may be a perfect spot for it.
Which is the sample we're trying the other spot.
We have
So that-
no jurisdiction over that one little piece.
No, I was just questioning
Yeah.
why, that's all.
Mhm.
I know we don't have jurisdiction over that area, so.
Yeah, that's really the only place.
Okay, I don't have anything else.
See, this is one little
Got a lot going on here.
So this is all flood here, but then it goes review. So this little area is not tight.
This is,
You have a
5 feet high.
approximation on the volume of the swimming pools?
There's a
Or what?
retaining wall there, and it's artificially higher.
I don't believe we have that calculated. I don't think we have calculated yet.
What was your question, Mark? I'm sorry.
I asked about the volume of the swimming pools.
Oh.
Water volume.
And I think, I mean, I think we could certainly get that volume, but we could also provide the volume of the two large existing pools as well, for a comparison.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see what the comparison. Also, method of sanitizing. This leaching gallery that you've got set up, is that intended to take pool drawdown as well?
I'm sure it could take pool drawdown. It's certainly large enough. It's sized for a 25-year storm.
It's
So
huge.
pool drawdown is minimal.
The apron around the pool, is that supposed to be poured concrete? That's what it appears to be.
Yes.
We had a condition about pool water in the original order. Give me a second. Usually we say it has to be disposed of off-site.
Oh, that's what I was getting to.
Yeah. Well, let me see what we have. I don't see it.
I'm probably not seeing it here, and it may well be in front of me, but it looks like your average elevation is between 12 and 13 throughout that whole area.
Correct.
Grade around it, down on the water side. What's the approximate elevation down there? I don't
That's
at the
about
beach level?
elevation 8. The beach is about elevation 8. Actually, that the deck that's right at the interface with the beach is about elevation 8.6 existing,
Okay,
and
so
that's what it would
you've got
be.
4 or 5 foot difference.
Yes, and around the pools, it's about 12, and then there's areas that step up to about 13 and a half. Is that what it is?
'Cause you got an infinity edge on the pool, on the outer, on the southernmost point. So is the wooden deck dropping to compensate for that, or? does
The
that
wooden
step
deck
down?
is down at elevation 8.6.
It is, okay.
Yep.
That's all I got for the moment.
Okay. I've got a couple questions on maintenance. Is there any recommended maintenance for this synthetic lawn to try to reduce, the exporting of shedded material? Anything that can be done?
I don't believe so. I don't believe they require any maintenance
Right.
on it whatsoever. The only maintenance would be removal of excess sand.
I know the material for athletic fields does migrate, does move around, and, can cause concern to neighboring resource areas. So knowing if there's any potential for that to happen would be helpful. Also, to frame the question on overall site reduction, I think from Wilkinson's calculations, they had a previous estimate of 375 pounds of nitrogen, moving to 132. So that's roughly, I think, a 65% reduction. So getting those numbers in a table, updated for your present plan would be really helpful. Both changes in site coverage and then changes in your fertilizer load. I'm encouraged by movement of that number to, a higher percentage, so that's, I think we're getting there. What else can we ask for? I know I'd like to go to Edgewater and take a look and maybe research the product a little.
Too bad we can't go to Martha's Vineyard.
No Caribbean sites?
I don't think Linfield counts.
Yeah. Anything else we should ask? I'd like to see you guys work with Amy to just explore what she discussed on potential changes in plants that might be more suitable for
Yeah.
low maintenance, low fertilizing.
We can talk about that. Think a couple of us are meeting on Monday. If not beforehand, I can email you. But suggestions on if you were to change some plants around, what might work.
I do have a question on some of these other applications of this turf. You mentioned Edgewater is just the putting green. These other pictures, I assume, where they show those big areas, like that White Marsh in Baltimore, that big square area is all turf, or, that's what I'm just trying to understand. So there are large areas of turf, not just
Correct.
edge, just small ones, like a
Right.
artificial putting green.
A question as far as what we're labeling things. So this, what is a pervious patio considered? That's a hardscape, right?
Kind of, we always go back and forth about what is pervious, and at what point does,
Well, but if it is truly pervious, it's still a
It's-
hardscape, right?
I don't know how much hair you want to split.
I'm just talking
Yeah.
about for site calculation.
I understand.
There'd have to be design calculations to determine
As
the
opposed to
volume that it would
bocce
handle.
courts and
So that
putting
would
greens.
depend on the degree of permeability.
I'm talking about site coverage, I'm not
Area,
really worried
yeah.
about the actual permeability, but for
Right.
site coverage, we consider patio
That's
si-
we
site
typically
coverage.
see that in a plan. If it's anything other than completely natural, we do can cover,
Yeah. I would
cover
certainly,
it in site covering calculations.
I would certainly
Well,
consider this as part of the site coverage of, it's not, it's stone and plastic, it's not some sort of natural
Mm-hmm.
landscaping of any
Yeah.
kind. I mean, it's no different than any other patio
This
surface.
one,
It's
I mean,
just-
it's a little strange. So typically, when we've seen patios, even patios that are set in grass and have, grass joints, we often see the engineers will at least do the area of what the actual stones are gonna be for coverage. They incorporate that into site coverage, the area of
Right.
the actual stone.
This would have to be all in site coverage. I mean, it's plastic and stone, it's not.
I guess I disagree with that
Yeah.
assessment.
I don't know if I
see this
disagree or
as distinctly
disagree, but-
different than hardscape, whether it's a pervious patio
Yeah.
or a pervious concrete patio or a porous asphalt pavement. It's drastically different. It has no, I mean, just looking at it, it is not hardscape by any form or fashion.
Yeah.
And it has a much higher permeability than a pervious patio has. This product itself has an infiltration rate of 50 inches per hour. Even the best pervious patio isn't gonna have an infiltration rate anywhere close to that.
My question is, in the site coverage calculations, is this product, is it considered?
So that's
It's-
something that's
it's-
gonna come up
It's
with
a
the planning.
pervious, a
Yeah.
highly permeable, pervious surface, and it's a soft surface. It's not a hardscape.
So that's something that
By
the
any-
town planner intends to talk about, like we intend to talk about together on Monday, is there, yeah.
Yeah, but as far as coverage calculations that we always do for within the 50 to 100 or the 0 to 50.
Right.
Any sort of permeable structure would be part of that coverage calculation.
Well, yeah, but so getting back to what Tom said earlier, because we were talking about the permeability of that. The fertilized lawn area that exists there now, because of the loamy, either sandy loam or loamy sand, that topsoil has an infiltration rate of anywhere from 1 inch to 2.5 inches per hour. This green area will have at least 4 or 5 times that infiltration rate. You'll get less runoff off of this than you presently get off the turf lawn area that's there now on a topsoil.
Yeah, no, I see the benefits for it. I'm just concerned that the calculations
Right.
that we always do, anything that's not natural, even if it's just, crushed stone, that's in the coverage calculations.
Well,
Like, what do we
crushed
consider this?
stone, like a crushed stone driveway the crushed stone is the surface, and then it's got a dense, graded, compacted base, which doesn't have much, I mean, it does have some permeability, but it's very low permeability.
Well, permeability is not the only interest in the resource areas, of course. It's,
Well, no, but if we were talking, right now, I would say this surface will produce less runoff than the natural turf, fertilized turf that's out there now. It's gonna
I would
infiltrate
agree
more
the
into the.
permeability seems excellent, but the site coverage calculations might not be right here, because I certainly wouldn't accept putting stone and plastic over a landscape as not being site coverage.
I think that may come down, this is a first that we've seen something like this. This may come down to
The
a
discussion
different
on Monday.
discussion on Monday, or a planning board, planning and zoning look at more at coverage and lot coverage, so,
Well, we look at coverage in the
I
0 to
understand.
50 on the- yeah.
I understand.
Let me ask this, is the coverage changed from what we approved before? We're looking at the fertilizing plan, but are we also ruling on amendment to the coverage?
There is a change in the coverage, there's a change, because there's a change in footprint.
Right.
But if you do not factor in the synthetic as part of coverage, then you have a reduction of
Correct.
470 square feet.
Correct.
If you did consider it to be coverage, then you have an increase.
Of how much, approximately?
It was about 10,000 square feet.
I just don't see how that's not an increase, it's not
I
Well,
also, go.
I'd just like to say, I agree with Jim that we can't just sort of let that slip by without addressing it head-on and making some determination about, I'm not sure, I don't have an answer myself, but I don't think it's something we can casually ignore.
So I think, where you're going was if it's considered coverage, then you need to mitigate for that. Is that where you're, if it was seen as an increase,
There needs to be a
everybody would have
discussion
to
about
be-
it. Obviously, what
Right.
was there was this lawn, which was fairly harmful, but I mean,
Right.
the calculations should be right
Yep.
anyway. And
Yep.
I would consider it an increase in
Okay.
coverage.
Okay.
Couple questions back to the product. How long has this product been around?
It's fairly new, but it's been athletic fields for, I think it's a few, I would say a few decades.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
mean, when you said around, I mean, decades has been around a while.
Years.
I mean, it's not like a year or two.
People
It's
are getting savvy to the idea of using it in dog park applications, playgrounds, that type of stuff is relatively new.
Because, again, looking at the different applications here, and I was questioning large applications versus small ones, so do we have some feedback from some of these people who have actually used the product as to how well it's fit with their need and how it's stood up? Because the other thing I'm looking at on this flyer here, when it talks about foot traffic, it looks like it doesn't stand, it's not as high of a rating as, say, your softness, which is
Right.
five bars versus 3.
So that rating scale for Sin Lawn, it's nationally and internationally. So when they do a rating like that, it's factoring in athletic fields, it's factoring in, sun in Nevada versus sun in New England and stuff like that. So for foot traffic, this type of product isn't gonna withstand on an application where there might be like a sports complex.
right.
They have special turf for that
Sure.
type of application. This type of application is more for a lounge recreational, low foot traffic type of product.
But I guess going back to actually getting some references from people who have actually used it and as to how happy they've been with.
So if you wouldn't mind, preparing those site coverage calculations on what you had presently permitted and what you're proposing now, and when you come back, we can discuss this and try to figure out where we are. We don't have full agreement on what it is, whether it's greenscape or hardscape, but I think if you can provide those calculations, we can go from there. And what's your timing like on this?
We'd be prepared to come back in two weeks,
2 weeks?
22nd.
Okay.
22nd. So, and I guess the next step would be this meeting with planning and engineering and Amy on Monday.
Yeah, I'll talk
We're
to,
going to be talking about coverage.
I'll speak with them, tomorrow or Friday anyways, to kind of let them know what we talked about here, to set the stage, and then we'll go from there. And I'll look at the planting plan too, real quick, before then. So, typically typically, we like plans a week ahead of time, but given the fact that we're meeting on Monday, and this is, we could probably extend that out till the end of the week for submission, if there was any revisions needed. We can see where that goes.
Okay.
So yeah, the next hearing date is the 22nd.
Okay. Is there an update on what was before us last time with Wilkinson, the application of the turf lawn? Is
Oh
that-
yeah, has it gone in?
Not yet, so they're waiting for it to, all the Rhode Island sod farms are waiting for it, and then we
Okay.
need 40 to 50 degree weather, so.
Yeah.
We had a good stretch about a week or two ago, they didn't have the sod.
Yeah.
That means we're probably putting it in somewhere in the early part of April.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we knew we were right up against it when we talked about it last time, and
So
hopeful.
we're ready to
but-
go, we just need the sod availability
Okay.
and the weather.
Yeah.
Probably between 40 and 50.
I think we all appreciate your efforts to
Mm-hmm.
try to reduce your nitrogen loading on the property. I think we're getting closer where we would like to be. In this process, did you look at any alternatives beside the synthetic lawns? Any other types of means to get to the target of having a substantial reduction? And this is out of my field, so I don't know what to suggest,
And the only thing I would say on this product, I'm not an expert on the synthetic, but I did some research on it myself, so these are the experts right here when it comes to that. But in looking at the commercial resume, and you can go online and look at that at the website, from the Google campus to a number of hospitality components, mini golf locations, it's extraordinary. There's 500 or 600, 700, 800, probably 1,000 locations that are listed. You can roll through the commercial resume and see just how widely used the different applications from this company are. But in terms of, it's an international company, so when you look at AstroTurf, this one and probably one or two others, they're the ones that have the dominance around the globe. So in terms of comfort level, we'll certainly get some, what you requested in terms of some referrals. I've reached out to some industry colleagues that I have out west that I saw on the list that have been installed, that we'd be happy to share as soon as I get their feedback. But it's not a new company by any means. It's certainly a very significant, prolific company in terms of what they do.
They're pretty much the gold standard.
Okay. Any additional questions before we continue? Any questions from the audience or comments? Okay, I move that we continue the hearing until January 22nd, is it?
Second.
Seconded by Sean. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. It's Craig's Lawrence.
Oh, thank you. Hi. That's fine.
Have everyone come in front of us with plastic lawns now?
Thanks, Andy.
Reduction too.
Actually, I think it's a good product for that area.
Oh, I don't want them, but I'm gonna take them and scan them in.
Psycho.
I was gonna say,
Just needs to be talked about.
maybe we'll send an email out to all the
Mitigated for
engineering
elsewhere
companies.
or
What we
whatever.
can do is,
But
instead of bringing these all in,
I think this
scanning
is a
them
bad
ahead of time and
business
emailing them to us, or we
Oh,
can
we
do
can
it at.
absolutely
I mean,
Yeah,
do you really
yeah.
wanna
And
join the
just,
club?
we'll send something around for the future, we can do that.
Surrounded by
So,
all this
thank you.
instead of.
yeah, I don't know. I'd rather see.
I mean,
Okay, next we have a notice of intent for 0 Sequatum Road, proposal for a dock.
Good evening, Dan Croto from Moran Engineering, here with Rick Veo, the property owner. We had come before the commission, I believe it was last meeting, and it seemed like we had answered all the questions, and the commission was content with the product, or the project. And we're waiting on endangered species, because all of Long Pond, within 100 feet, is within the priority habitat. So now, we did receive the no-take, will not adversely affect the resource area letter from Natural Heritage and Endangered Species. So I think that that finishes off our submission, so I'll ask for any questions.
All right, thank you. Any updates?
We really were only waiting for NHESP on this one, so I am recommending approval, and I also took the liberty of drafting, because that's the last thing we were anticipating, I also did draft an order of conditions for you. Either do that kind of simultaneously, or vote on the project now and then do the orders at the end of our meeting today, which, so it's up to you. All standard dock regulations, but I am recommending approval now that we have a no-take from Heritage. And, oh, we have to talk about dock storage.
Right.
Sorry. Thank you, Carolyn. Last time you had requested to store the dock by securing it to the sandy area. Typically, we require outside the 50-foot buffer, but as we were talking about earlier, for, we can be flexible depending on that. So that's something we should decide before we vote on it tonight. I don't see how it would have a negative impact if that sandy area, there's no native vegetation. If it's secured properly, I would consider recommending that and seeing how it goes for the first season, and then if it's not found to be secure down there, that you have to move it.
And I don't have a problem with that. I mean, again, having lived there, down the street for 15 years now, I mean, wherever the dock was stored, it was always secured because of the ice and whatnot. And being now that this would be behind the bulkhead on the sandy area, it actually, I think it's relatively easy to secure there. And it would, again, as I always put it up on cinder blocks as well, in case water does come up and so it can't go away.
All right, well, let's go around the table fairly quickly on that one issue. That's all there's left to talk about. So, Carolyn, any thoughts on that?
I'm just conflicted with consistency. When we went along the stretch of Route 124, and really asked, people to clean up their beaches, which were an eyesore and violations. And people did. That's my only concern. I suppose if it's on a sandy area and totally tied down, and did we required someone else to store their dock on a kayak rack?
That was available.
We
It
allowed them
was.
to because it was existing, yeah.
But we did not let him store his on the sand right there, and is that an equivalent sandy situation?
I don't remember. I just know that this is an approved area that's going to be their beach area, and it's behind a bulkhead. So usually, I thought about this a little bit. Typically, we don't allow storage within the 0 to 50 because often it gets stored on native vegetation. In the bordering vegetated wetland itself, it has negative impacts to the actual wetland. I don't see how this, other than, and I agree with consistency, but I don't see how it would have a negative impact if it. So I could go go with whatever way you choose, but.
Well, if there's no negative impact, then there's no reason to deny it.
A lot of the people in other places were storing them either in BVWs on native vegetation or just didn't have permits at all for said docks to begin with. So this is.
Okay, so if you sincerely feel that it is, not causing any damage, then I'm fine.
I think there's, if I can say one thing, I think there's a large difference in this situation where there's the bulkhead that's been here a while that Rick's looking to rebuild, being behind the bulkhead instead of a beach that's interacting directly with the water pond.
I think that's a determining factor also.
Yeah, I'm okay with it going there. I'm wondering if we should designate a very specific area, which is behind the bulkhead, in between the two stone walls, or whatever you want to call them, and maybe within 10 feet of the bulkhead. So I wouldn't want to see it end up stored up against the bank or in that area that's gonna end up becoming vegetated. It's just kind
And
of,
then that, what you just described
That's
is the
what
most
makes sense
logical
anyway.
spot of,
Yeah.
you know,
just,
keep it so it
I'll put
stays
it
in
that,
place,
though.
yeah.
yeah.
Within 10 feet of, okay. Okay, can add that.
Yeah, I have no objection to this solution.
Yep. Stan?
Yeah, my concern was the consistency factor as well, and I think the difference that I see in this one versus the ones we saw on 124 is the beaches weren't protected by a bulkhead. And they, even though it was a sandy beach they were storing it on, there was
Stop it.
nothing there to protect anything during the winter. So I think that's the main difference in this one, so I guess I'd be willing to go along with that. Whereas the ones that we put up, especially the one we were talking about with the kayak rack, that was on a sandy beach with nothing there to protect any wave action or anything.
Mark?
I don't have any remarks.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion on the notice of intent?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the notice of intent for 0 Sequatum Road for a new dock.
Okay.
And storage as discussed.
Second.
Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Motion carries. Thank you.
You want to just do the orders
I think
later?
so, yeah.
Okay. You're welcome. Mr. Chairman, can we take
That
a
lawn does look
couple-minute
like
break?
lawn.
Or I'm going
That's
to, it's up to you if you want to.
Yes. Okay.
We're gonna take just a couple-minute break, it looks
Are we gonna
like.
sign those orders?
Not yet, we have to
Okay,
vote on this.
Good to meet you.
Next, we have a notice of intent for 5 Brooks Road, proposal for new dwelling.
Good evening, Dan Croto from Moran Engineering. Here with Sue
Antonio from McPhee Associates.
Associates. Thank you. The McPhee Associates project is basically tear down, rebuild in the same footprint. There's a slight reduction in the size of the footprint of the house itself to meet the zoning setback of 20 feet. So what we've submitted, the main site plan shows the existing conditions on the left side and the proposed conditions on the right side of the plan, because just to show how close the two projects were. The other thing is the deck in front, which is, well, the area in front, which is now deck and patio, is converted to deck in the same square footage and then brought away from the property line so that's in front of the house. Deck, we thought, is more beneficial than patio on the ground, which they originally were proposing. The owners themselves, the house itself is dilapidated. It did go through historic, and historic came to the same conclusion and issued the permit to remove the existing house. House itself probably hasn't been lived in for 3 to 5 years. Beautiful spot, but the house is just, because of the family dynamics, hasn't been used, but now they're looking to fix it. There's an existing garage which is not to be changed, and the existing septic is not to be changed either. So the proposal is remove the 1,287 square foot house, construct a new 1,235 square foot house, remove the deck and steps, construct new deck and steps in front, existing patio and walks, construct new patio and walks. They do want to retain the a patio on the northeast side to get away from the an out of the wind spot from the southwest winds in the afternoon. Maintain some type of spot, but again, maintaining the same coverage. Cedar trees, there's a couple of cedar trees that blew over, or that are leaning quite a bit, and then there's a couple of cedar trees to do the project that are basically overgrown for the distance between the two houses. They would like to overall then remove 5 cedar trees and to replant 5 cedar trees along the lot line. And then there's a steel bulkhead down front, which I think would grab anybody's attention. Proposal for that is the minimum. The owners themselves would rather not do anything, but I think between myself and McPhee Associates, we figured that putting a new cap on top of that wall, retaining whatever tiebacks are there. The dune itself is moved into the wall, so the wall's pretty stable, just as generally as a cantilever wall now, but the top wood is jagged, and it's not really safe to have that jagged metal and wood along a town beach. So the proposal is to put a new pressure-treated cap on that wall. There's a pretty good flaw in the plan, which was pointed out to me by the wetland consultant who was marking the edge of dune, and because it was just a tear-down rebuild in the same, everything was in the same footprint, I didn't see the issue with how I delineated it until recently, and then it was too late to give a formal new plan to the commission, which I will draw up though. But I have top of coastal bank delineated, and it's actually a bank on the coast. As in, this bank is it's not a regulatory coastal bank in that it's not adjacent to the floodplain. In other words, the floodplain dissipates before the end of the dune, and it dissipates not in a 4-to-1 or even a 10-to-1 slope. So that bank, which is on the coast, wouldn't be a regulatory coastal bank. So I should have changed that from, I should have put top of bank instead of top of coastal bank on the plan, but I can certainly do that revision. Beyond that, the idea of the owners is just to make a livable house out of a dilapidated house. They've almost laid the inside out. Sue was saying, and many of the rooms are the same size, and they're trying to retain a lot of, at least interior, a lot of the wood. But anybody that's walked to the property sees it's unlivable at this point in time. Does look like somebody was living outside there, though, last summer when I was there. So, we're here to, I'll ask for questions and comments.
Thank you. Amy, do you have a summary for us?
Yeah, just in regard to what you're gonna call that bank, I think too, so that there's not confusion in the future, I would either just eliminate it, because your edge of resource is the edge of the dune there. So I would either just leave the topo, or I would say something like top of slope or something, and not call it a bank at all. I think that could get confusing for more to regulate from in the future, if you were to look at the abutting property or this property. I have a couple comments. So, in general, this is pretty much a exact swap for what's there now, with the exception it's actually a little bit smaller. Really, pretty much the same footprint. The wall is a little smaller. You currently have both the steel bulkhead and the retaining wall there, which are both kind of.
Oh.
Let me know if you're all right there, Jack.
I think we are. Hold on just a sec.
Yep.
Yeah, we're, not so sure now.
We should have a backup generator, but it's not gonna record.
From what I can see, what's still on here?
Is it just the one?
Well, we got
It's really windy.
No,
lights. We have lights in the hallway.
That's emergency lights, I would think.
No, I turned them on.
I can see you guys. The picture is snowy, but I
We can't see anything though.
Outside has lights.
Those aren't just emergency.
Do we ask for approval?
I didn't see them flash.
No, because something was flickering.
You have to go home early.
House across the street.
Oh.
Because you could use those too. Well, we do have a ghost. Her name is Mrs. Winslow.
That was weird. They were flicking.
Maybe she lived in this house.
Does she know the owners? Is there something we should know? Old family property.
We're good? We're good.
We do have a ghost, okay.
Awkward moment.
I used to go for tea.
Totally gonna tell Jen about that.
Ghost of Chris Clare.
Okay, so I understand your, I think I would, have to in my mind, because you're just, with the retaining wall, replacing what's there with something smaller. This house was built.
Keep an eye on that switch.
All right.
I'm out of here.
That's how it
This
started,
house
though.
was
The lights
built like
flicked a
in
couple
in 1878, and there was work done on the property in the 50s and 60s too. So I mean, these bulkheads and retaining walls have been there a very long time. So I don't really have an issue with it getting replaced. But if need be, if there's not a real reason to keep them, maybe something to talk about the owners. I don't think it's gonna hold up my recommendation for approval of this project, but is there a real need to keep them? Or if there's a fairly significant drop between the retaining wall and the bulkhead, but it could be potentially graded out and planted, and the bulkhead, if it were to be cut so it was that grade and then covered with sand, maybe you wouldn't have to remove the whole thing. It just, this dune has grown. I mean, I'm just guessing that this bulkhead was put in at a time when that's where the beach was. And you've grown a substantial amount of since then. So I don't think it should hold up recommendations for approval tonight, but I would be very much in favor of seeing if they could be removed or with the bulkhead cut to a point where, and then covered. Other than that, I don't really have any questions, just that anything within the limit of work, it's naturally revegetated, that there's not going to be any lawn here. It's really going to be coastal dune vegetation all around this house. And something maybe not to do with conservation so much, it is noted that the abutting property does have driveway on this property. Nothing's changing with that. They acknowledge that there's an encroachment there. Okay.
It's a same family. It's like brothers and
Okay.
sisters.
No.
a larger property at one time.
Okay. It's kind of got weird property lines on that
Very weird.
side.
The property line was created around the house.
See that?
And the floodplain also extends behind the house, so the house itself really is hemmed. It can't move
Yeah.
even away from the water
Right,
without
yeah, that's the thing is-
impacting the floodplain.
That's the high spot on that property, so, I'm recommending approval as shown.
Thanks, Amy. Can you describe briefly how this does not have to have any additional floodplain modifications?
It's
It
just above, well, you can describe it too, but it is
The house itself is not actually within the
outside
floodplain.
of it.
Wow.
It's close. And then the floodplain is 11, and this was a recent change that I asked of McPhee, was to get the slab of the floor so it's above the floodplain. So even if, depending how FEMA's map comes out, the aerial view, and aerial-wise, you still have to be outside of their line. And their line is basically a 12-foot wide line on their map, because it's not great. It's not a very defined flood map. The layer on here is the FEMA National Flood Hazard Layer brought in by GIS, which is the best way to pinpoint the layer. But that doesn't work when you're actually going for flood insurance. You have to use the map itself. So even though I believe that the structure's outside on that, and the closest place is on that north side, to protect the owners, we're making sure that the house is flood compliant. So as soon as your lowest floor is completely above flood level, that's the criteria for, in a case like this, to be flood compliant. So making it sound easy, if the water came up to that elevation 11, it wouldn't get to the house, because the house is at 11.2, which is the design flood.
Yeah, it's a slab foundation.
Crawl,
Bro, thought it said
Yeah.
but there's,
Yeah, it's slab at grade
Slab at
on
grade, yeah.
that one side.
Oh,
so there's
okay.
a little bit of crawl above for the mechanicals.
And then as long as all the mechanicals are above the flood
Right.
elevation, then it works.
Okay, thank you. Carolyn, any thoughts or comments?
Thoughts?
No. Jim?
No, I don't really have anything.
Stan?
Just more curiosity, so that beach has grown over time from what I did, because when I went up there the other day and I saw the bulkhead and you had all the sand in front of it, it must have,
The
I didn't
dune,
look
the
at
dune has grown.
Right.
Yeah, at one point, it was almost, it looked the same as the town beach to the,
right, yeah. No, I was just interested in that. The other question I really have is I'm just having a problem trying to tie in some of the numbers, like I'm looking where you say proposed house and existing house, but I'm looking at your coverage table here, and I don't know how to tie in any numbers into anything.
Shed some light on it?
We got a dimmer here now.
building with roof, within the 0 to 50. So a slight decrease there.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I don't know how to tie in those numbers to anything on the plan.
So what was,
Like the 1193 versus the 1177, for example. I mean, I see your house says 1235 and 1287.
that's, the difference there is if you
A
look
little
on-
bit of it's outside I assume it's a little bit outside the buffer.
What
But
is,
I'm just saying, how do I tie in any of these numbers in the summary?
I'll show you as in, so if we look on the existing conditions, we look at the existing house is 19 and a half feet to that east lot line.
Mhm.
Because that doesn't meet zoning, and we would have to go to ZBA, and they would have approved it because, or they generally approve it, I shouldn't say that, they generally would approve it because it's existing. We moved that to 20 feet, so we moved that wall in. The house itself went from 41 feet wide, which you can see on the front, down to 40 because of that moving away from the lot line. So that little 1 foot or 6 inches, however it works out, is, ended up being that 16-foot change. So that would be your difference in roof coverage within the 50, was just the house got slightly
I understand what you're saying, you've made some changes to that. I'm just saying, with all your dimensions on here, I can't specifically see here
So if
how
we
they're
s-
being calculated.
So, right, but if we look at the proposed conditions, then we see the.
Like you're showing 1177 for the new house. Show me that number anywhere here on the diagram. There isn't. You have your proposed house of 1235, and I assume some of that is outside
Yeah, if
the
you follow that-
setback, so therefore you're somehow calculating down to 1177. I'm just saying I can't really,
So if we look at the proposed house and we follow that 50-foot wetland resource setback, you can see that one corner of the house is outside of the,
Right.
outside of the 50. So that area that's not outside the 50 would be that 1177. The overall area is the 1235.
right,
So that the difference between those two, which is 23 and 35,
correct.
58.
I assume that's what
Would-
that is.
would
I
be that
just can't see it myself. I mean, there's no numbers that's on the diagram that can.
Right,
I
you need
can
a
point to that.
separate coverage sheet, you see what you're saying?
In other words, you can't see, I mean, I'm sure the calculations are here, but.
There is a separate sheet which,
See
you
how
know,
this
which,
cuts out?
which I use to calc it, and there, you know,
Right.
there is a separate sheet.
That's, I
but
guess, what I'm.
I didn't submit, and generally, in a case like that, certainly when I'm doing drainage calculations, you have to submit your coverages like that, but it doesn't, I didn't submit a direct sheet. But just going around, even the building numbers of the existing versus the proposed shows the difference. And because it's a 30 scale, it is a little more challenging to see, but this proposed house on that right sketch is overlaid on the existing house. The existing house is the one with the dashed lines.
Well, for example, the other structure, the next item down, other structures in the 0 to 50, the 1225, I mean, what is that on this?
Other structures in hardscape, that would be all the walk-in deck. Walk deck patio would be the other structures. Walk deck patio and retaining.
Okay, but again, there's nothing there that shows the 1225 laid out here, or highlighted.
No, but it does, I mean, it does show you the overall perimeter of the hardscape in the building. So all of that that's below the 50 would be the layout. So that 6 by 10 patio in the northeast corner, that 30.5 foot by 12 proposed deck, 30-inch
How we're
walk. Like the 30-inch.
I understand what you're saying, I'm just saying there's no easy tie back to that number, that's all.
No, I see what you're saying, a blow-up of this would prove the case. What we have, though, is the proposed overlaid on the existing house and deck. I didn't overlay the hardscape on the hardscape, because it would be a very, even more confusing amount of lines.
That's all I have.
Any comments or questions, Mark?
No, it's pretty straightforward overall. I'm a little bit torn about replacing the retaining wall out front and extending the slope and the planting. That's my only issue there. There's pros and cons to both.
I think that the retaining wall on the west side, and Sue and I had talked about this, is certainly very useful. As you do go to the east, and certainly passing the house, I think it could be brought back. I think it can be brought back to the house itself without much change, because you can see how the different heights in the existing retaining wall that's falling apart. So a reduction back to the house of the retaining wall would certainly, I'm sure the owners will be fine with.
Lights out is new.
This thing right there, so no change.
That's the
really.
retainer.
No change.
And it's just this room. Sorry.
Better get our electricians in here.
Oh, they're in here all the time.
Oh, they better look at what's going on.
Maybe that's the
Maybe that's the
problem.
problem.
They always flicker. The lights out was a whole new thing, though.
What do you think about the retaining wall, Mark? Thoughts on what you prefer?
No, I like the idea of the slope and the planting, but I'm concerned about how far out it's going to go.
I don't think it's a necessity. It would just be like, if the owner was willing to look into that, I think it would be very desirable.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but I'm not sure it's the best alternative.
Yeah, they'd have to look into it farther.
Yep, I would say. Yeah, that's probably it, Brad.
So we condition their being able to take out that retaining wall if they so choose, or do we want them to come back to us as a request?
It could, depending on how, I mean, it could be kind of disruptive depending on how it would go about, either just cutting it or physically
Right, there's-
moving it. So I wouldn't,
Are we talking the same thing? There's the retaining wall and the bulkhead. There's two different,
yeah.
you're talking about the bulkhead, cutting the bulkhead.
Right.
The steel bulkhead?
Well, and the retaining wall, but,
Where is the retaining wall?
and we're standing behind it today. So there's the bulkhead and there's the retaining wall.
Got it.
With the with the amount of dune that's grown and the height there, around the house, I think it's not necessarily needed anymore. So I was just saying that if the owner were to want to get rid of those in the future or cut them, we would look at that favorably. It would maybe come back as an amendment or as a change in plan to make it very easy for them, but I wouldn't approve it tonight.
The only question I have, what if things change in the future, though?
It
And
comes
then
back.
all of a sudden, the beach goes away.
That's job insurance for everybody here.
I mean, that would be
I
my
know.
only
Yep.
comment on that.
Well, it's interesting because the steel bulkhead, I mean, it's only, it's not even really protecting the house.
At this point,
it's
no,
not. It's
that's,
just sitting there.
One thing, there are some regulatory things with it, though I looked at it, because when Amy and myself and Rob Maffei were on the site, I think Rob was actually proponent of removing it, and then we had talked, and I hadn't talked back to Amy, but the floodplain itself and the NHESB was drawn around this bulkhead.
It was very strange.
So if we remove the bulkhead, it may impact there's stuff for the owners to look at.
Regulatory implications
they-
there.
At this point, the owners really didn't want to touch it at all. And I
Alright.
think it was us that said, we
Fine.
got to put a new cap on it at least to make it
Safer.
safe. But it certainly doesn't, at this point, with the dune have come back next to it, it doesn't perform what it originally, what it was originally needed for. It certainly isn't needed as much.
All right. It is refreshing to see a coastal rebuild.
There's a question out there.
Yep, I'll get to you in just a second.
whenever it's appropriate.
Yep. It doesn't seek to really increase the hardscape in the buffer zone, so it's nice. We don't get that many of these. I wish there was a way to push it back some, but you've explained how your floodplain situation really doesn't allow that. So that's too bad, but I think you're really kind of locked in on that situation. So fairly straightforward. Any comments from the audience?
Come to that'd be great.
Identify
if you
yourself,
could.
please.
My name is Ed Saris. Hi, Dan.
Hi.
So that bulkhead, I'm a resident in the area and actually I'm a member of the Allen Harbor Beach Association, so I have a question and a comment. The comment is that steel bulkhead does wrap to that public beach and the parking lot. So if you take that down, now you're going to have an impact to that. So it's something to take into consideration. I think Dan might have mentioned that to me also a while back. And then my question is, it's more downstream as you go towards the east along the swath of dunes and vegetation to the Allen Harbor Jetty. Are there any preventative measures that are needed to be taken for when you're taking down a building, removing all the debris and then rebuilding? I don't know if that's a McPhee or a Dan question.
Generally, in any situation like this, there is a silt fence and straw wattle down.
Yeah, I don't do all this for a living, so I'm just
Just
asking the question.
protection against blowing material and stuff like that.
I just didn't know if there's any erosion or potential impact as the winds do kind of come southwest and during that construction period.
There shouldn't be any because of the steel bulkhead and this other retaining wall, which will be built first. So there shouldn't be anything in this case.
Okay.
It's far enough away from the beach, and it's just tear down and rebuild in the same spot. So I don't see any impact further down.
Your limit of work is very tight too, so you're not disturbing much native vegetation around the building either. So, yeah, there'll be that staked silt fence, which will help.
Yeah, I assumed that. I just didn't want to.
Yeah.
Wanted to ask the question. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Amy, any outstanding issues that we have to consider, natural heritage, anything
Nope.
like that? No? That didn't come up, or,
No, it's not within it.
wow, it's not within it?
Well, the beach maybe, but this isn't.
No, it goes right around it. You have a,
I did look, it was a while ago.
have the map.
Yeah, it doesn't, the flood goes around it. I don't remember if the beach itself is, but it's not mapped.
Yeah.
This,
Good fortune there.
and I think that was their intention, was, because behind that bulkhead is fill, and then I think the idea was they're trying to draw it around the bulkhead in the disturbed area, lived on area.
Well, I think we're ready to entertain a motion.
Apropos to that gentleman's comment, since this house is basically sitting in the dunes, in our order of conditions, would it be appropriate or overkill for us to put tight restrictions on clearance of what you demolish?
It's on the site plan where the limit of work is to be on this one, so.
But I'm talking about removing whatever they demolish, like, sometimes we say
Debris.
Oh, it'll have to
clean
go.
debris daily, but you can't.
As it's
come-
being demoed, it would have to be loaded on go. That's usually what we say
Mhm.
for
So we want 'em-
tight sites like this that are right on the water.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Truck is there with the machine.
Right, truck is
Yes.
there, and you're loading it as it's demoed.
Exactly.
And there's only one way in from the driveway side. I mean, you have a very small
Yep.
little bubble of access, literally.
There's no.
Hence the
there's no-
retaining wall having to take place.
So to make the neighbors feel better, there should not be debris flying around
Or sitting there.
or sitting
Well,
there.
also, I don't know if I have to get, but you've got that public small little beach parking lot too. I don't know if
Right.
when the plan puts the timing for this, if you're gonna be during the summer and the beach time and people will try to park in that beach lot.
Workers will not be parking in the beach lot. They are aware that they have to use the property for sure.
So you won't lose any beach parking space, I think there's only
Not
about
for
12
relation to
begin with.
construction. I mean, I know there's a handful of spaces there, but construction would not impact the public parking.
And the corner of Brooks Road and Dunes is a kind of a one-way into that lollipop residential
Right.
area, so assuming that people will be able to get in and out of their houses during the construction.
Absolutely. And we'd be notifying all the neighbors as well to make sure that if there's anybody that,
I know that was something raised to me to bring up,
Yep.
so.
and again, conveniently, the neighboring property is also the family. So that's
Yeah, I
helpful
know.
for if there's any issues.
Plenty of parking, or extra
Right.
parking.
I think we're ready for a motion for the order. Notice intent.
Uh, Uh, I'll make a motion for notice of intent for a new dwelling on 5 Brooks Road.
Second.
Seconded by Jim. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. That was part of it.
Yep.
You can bring other chairs up if you want. Bring other chairs.
Next, we have a notice of intent for 10 Chase Street, proposal for a pier ramp float with Vista pruning. You forgot it? You forgot
Yeah,
that?
how could I forget?
Why don't you sit on the end so that you're closer to the board?
You may have to take that little thing with you if you're gonna talk and point. It's a little sensitive.
So first off, there's two separate sets of lights up there. So the first set is the one that's acting up. I merely turned on the second set, and when the first set came back to life, I shut them off. So there's something up with the first circuit, there's like two sets of bulbs in there. There's something up with the other.
It's not Mrs. Winslow.
Who knows?
Another story.
But, if a switch is arcing, that could be bad, so.
I will let them
Yeah,
know.
they're three-way switches, at any rate.
I'll let them know.
So I turned on the other half.
Okay.
And then when they both came to life, I
Mark's
started-
gonna fix it for you later.
Good.
So, yeah, if I have.
I'm not
three-
staying later than we have to tonight. You're not fixing it.
Okay, so, Happy New Year, everyone. For the record, Mark Burgess of Shorefront Consulting. We have Pamela Newbert here from AECom, that did the shellfish survey. Michelle Hunton from
Reuben
Reuben.
and
Ridman. So we have the whole team here. The applicants are behind me, Mr. and Mrs. Stahl. So a brief summary. This is our third hearing. So the first hearing, there were several concerns that were raised. Moving the kayak rack out of the resource area, things like that, and shortening the float to give more clearance, which we did. And then we recently provided another revision that deleted the storage bench, and that was in lieu of a different project. So then, as part of the revision, which is really the focus of my presentation now, because certainly there's been a lot of discussion over many different issues, I just wanted to go back through this list that I gave you about how this project exceeds any of the regulations or the bylaws that have been presented or approved in the past. So the dock was raised up by 1 foot, so it has 6 feet of clearance. So that is per the suggested, not regulated, suggestion by Division of Marine Fisheries for the 1.5 to 1 rate. Height to width ratio, again, something that wasn't required, but the applicant agreed to do it to better improve the project and reduce potential impacts. The float was shortened by 2 feet, so now you have 3 feet instead of 2.5 of clearance. That exceeds your bylaw. As I think this is a first. The direct on-site mitigation, that's item 3 on the letter. So as part of the standard 30 bushels a year of mitigation, or the payment of the amount into the town's funds, which is a requirement, part of that mitigation, because remember, it does cover up to 105,000 square feet. That's what 30 bushels will successfully seed at a 10% success rate. So out of that 105,000 square feet, the square footage of the beach area will be planted direct on-site mitigation. So if there were, we don't think there will be, but if there were any potential shellfish impacts, the area is going to be restored. And to my knowledge, that's never been proposed before. We've always just given the money to the town and let them do where they want. But the applicants and Hines have both chimed in that we can do it directly on site here. So I think that's a huge benefit, something that no one has ever done before. Number 4 was the monopile design. We're all aware of those benefits. We use half as many pilings, and they're round, very strong, lightweight, easy to drive, minimal impact while driving, less than a regular pile. Even though the dock is 6 feet high, the applicants are still proposing graded decking, and it's not just for the portion over the marsh, it's for the entire dock. So again, above and beyond any of the suggestions or regulations that have been made. The applicants on their own developed a wildlife meadow with help and approval from Amy. And again, nobody required them to do it. They wanted to do it. It provides some additional habitat for the area, and it only requires annual mowing to stimulate growth. The next thing was there's about 200 feet of lawn landward of the coastal bank that's not mowed. Again, this is a voluntary effort from the applicants to keep the site in its natural state as much as possible. There's just a 4 to 6 foot wide path that would be maintained through this volunteered no-mow zone, if you will. Then the pier ramp and float extend only 53 feet beyond mean high water where 80 feet is allowed. The float occupies 160 square feet where 200 feet is allowed. I mentioned the kayak rack, and then the storage bench was removed. So with that, now, the other element to the project that we failed to not mention anymore is there is a 12 by 12 snug, a she shack, maybe you might want to call it too, but a place to hang out in the lawn there, shown on the plan. Right here. And we had discussed that as regards to no utilities in it and storage of a lawnmower or anything like that. And then the vista pruning, if you've been out to the site, you saw the broken branches from the tornado, things like that. So that brush is still there, and that work still needs to be done. So with that, I guess the biggest summary I could give is that as designers and as applicants, we have guidelines that were developed. We have suggestions from other town agencies that aren't required, and we have, of course, the bylaws at the local, state, and federal levels. And those are the tools that we use to design a project that meets these performance standards. There's always talk of improving guidelines and improving regulations, but this is the Bible that we have in front of us is what we have to deal with today. If those regulations change, then my designs have to change as well. So based on our current knowledge and level of regulations that we have, this project exceeds all of those regulations. We know about the shellfish one. There's a variance that's been added, of course, we know that. And there's several justifications for the variance. I can let Michelle discuss that part of it if it's needed. And of course, Pam is here to address any concerns with the shellfish. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Amy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My turn?
Mhm.
Okay. I will try to keep it brief as well. I'm recommending approval of this project. I did thank you, Stan, for realizing that the letter from DMF hadn't been in your packet, so I got it from Mark today. I know I've seen it before, and I think you have too, but it had been a while. So in there, they discussed that, yes, I mean, as we know, it is a mapped shellfish area. That was no surprise. They recommended that the height of the dock structure be at least 1.5 to 1, which is the 6 feet which you have. Plus you have through flow grading. So, I guess I'm recommending, the only place where it does not verbatim meet the regulation is that it is within town mapped shellfish habitat. They did, and I look at those as a guide. I put it in your summary. I do think those need to be redone. However, I do look at them as a guide. The person or department that created them, those maps, is recommending approval of this project. That's the Natural Resource Director. The shellfish survey I look at more closely. They did find about 30 shellfish there, 29 quahogs, 1 oyster. So quahogs are okay there. They do like it there. I think if you had a very shallow dock end, I'd be a little more concerned, but you have anywhere between 3 and 5 feet around your float. So extra separation is probably good for shellfish as well. There's less crop damage and things like that. I'm not as concerned with the impacts to salt marsh. No pilings are proposed in the marsh. I know that that's not always no impact, but I think that they have met the standards that they have to meet. And let's see what else. In regards to, we'll talk about the snug real quick and the vista pruning. The pruning is pretty limited to removal of dead limbs and maybe a tree or two is dead, or one of the ones that are snapped. They had substantial damage during the hurricane or the tornado down here. So other than that, that's a naturally treed 50-foot buffer that goes into what used to be a very frequently mown lawn area that they're now keeping as a meadow, mown once a year. The snug is located about 75 feet from the top of the coastal bank. It's a 12 by 12. I don't recommend adding woody plants to the meadow area. Meadows are a rare habitat specifically on the Cape, and they provide a lot of habitat for ground nesting birds, as well as other wildlife. But I do recommend that removal of whatever invasive plants that are along the edge of the meadow, which you do have some, that you replant those with natives as mitigation for that stuff. So getting back to the dock, I would recommend approval. I do think if there were any temporary impacts, that especially because you're going to be reseeding back in that area, it would probably specify more quahogs. I would recommend to be reseeded. That I think that if there was any negative impact, it might be able to be fixed within a year or so. And I think in general, going forward, whatever docks we do end up approving, I would like to see monitor, like we have for the Turner dock down the road. There's going to be after the fact monitoring as well. So we can get a better handle, because there's just not the data out there to tell whether or not docks are really having, what kind of an impact are they having? So I would recommend shellfish monitoring, and we can discuss at what interval that would be. But I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Let's go around the table. Carolyn, do you want to start?
No, I don't have any comments, actually. For putting in a dock, I like all of the recommendations.
Thank you. Jim, any comments?
All right. Well, yeah, we've had these discussions a few times, so I'm going to keep it brief. Based on the DMF letter, it would appear that it's their opinion that we would still lose a fair amount of that marsh biomass within 3 years. They're saying 50% of the marsh at the 1-to-1 ratio, or the 1-to-4 foot ratio. So I assumedly still be losing something between 20 and 50% of the marsh biomass within 3 years. So that doesn't meet our standards as far as no adverse impact to the salt marsh. And then the shellfish habitat impacts. To me, it's all about the cumulative impacts on the habitat. The physical dock being there is an impact, and possible impacts from different vessels that may be on the dock, which is impossible to really predict in the future as far as discharges, different drafts, prop wash, whatnot. Then there's the still possible scouring impacts from the one pile that's right near the salt marsh and in the shellfish habitat. Those are my comments.
John?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Stan?
Well, I'm just questioning that what's stated in the letter. From what I'm reading here is they're saying if it's at the 1-to-1 ratio is where you lose the marsh.
The ratio has been changed, the ratio has been modified.
No, I know. I understand that. So I'm
James,
just,
if I may, are you referring to Jim or James Logan's report, or a regulation, or the actual letter that was submitted for the file?
The actual letter.
They only mentioned the 1-to-1 height to width ratio and suggested it to go to 1.5. That was it. It was like a two-page
It said that at the 1-to-1 ratio, there was a 50% loss of marsh biomass within 3 years.
I agree, but we're at the 1.5 to 1.
Do you think there's any chance that there's no loss of marsh biomass?
We're following their recommendation, even though it's not part of a regulation, so.
But that's not that's his recommendation, but that isn't necessarily what our performance standards are. No adverse impact of salt marsh.
The requirements are also 1-to-1, and we've met that.
oh, the only problem with this letter, the way I see it is, I agree, the 1-to-1 says you're gonna lose 50%. It doesn't say what going to 1.5 is gonna do. If it still could be 50% or less. And I'm not debating that, I'm just saying that they don't make the conclusion with their letter as to what that does.
John Logan submitted a report about a year ago, and that was his conclusion from the data that he had gotten. I've read the whole report several times, and the conclusion that he drew was that although it wasn't part of any regulation, his suggestion to mitigate those impacts to an acceptable level was to go to the 1.5-to-1 ratio. No town has adopted that yet as part of a regulation, but that was the crux of his report, and the outcome was to suggest the 1.5. So, which we've done.
Right, no, I agree with you, Mark.
Thank
I'm
you.
just saying that the letter doesn't draw any conclusion by going to the 1.5, that's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, you'd have to read his report, and you'll see how he got there.
Anyways, go ahead, I'm sorry. Were you saying anything, John? No. I don't know, I'm very torn about all of this. Going back to, we don't know what the impact is with studies of shellfish or docks. And then we have our bylaw, so I don't know, I have very mixed feelings either way. I think of everything that you've done to do this and the specific mitigation, I mean, that's terrific. I mean, I have no, question about that. I guess my big negative is the bylaw still. Mark?
I'm finding it hard to believe that there's gonna be an extenuating detriment from what's done. I think the mitigation is sufficient, and I think the effort has been put forth to provide well for it.
Thank you. Pam's here, so I'm gonna ask her some questions.
Of course.
Thank you for coming here tonight.
It's
For the
good to be
shellfish
here.
survey, the
Yes.
outer transect, very deep water.
Yes.
How did you or your staff, how did they acquire those samples in that deep water?
So I have a special rake that I had made from rib, and it's an extendable rake out to 15 feet. And at the end of the rake is a basket that I had specially made, and was not inexpensive either, with extra long tines. And so we're able to telescope the rake out. It's like a bull rake, really, and we're able to telescope the rake and leverage it on the side of a small boat. And then when we grab the sample, it brings up approximately 1 foot by 1 foot of sediment. And then we, for all of our samples, even if we're hand raking them, they go through a mesh. We line the basket with a 1/4-inch mesh, because we want to make sure that when we sample, we're not just looking for shellfish of commercial size. We're looking for juveniles of different sizes, as well as other organisms that might be present in the area.
Yep. I wondered, because you couldn't do it.
It's deep.
Yeah, you couldn't do it with waders. or
No,
telescope
no,
from a
sir.
boat. You had to be from a
No,
boat.
sir, I also have 2 young guys who help me.
Yep. So the report's titled supplemental. Was there a prior survey? I wasn't sure if there was.
The initial survey,
Was there?
No, it was a supplemental because we went through and revised some of the text and added some language about the performance standards
Okay.
in it.
Yep, so it was just, it was
It
the
was
single.
just, it was the one survey, yes.
And let's see, the date was March 11th, this past spring. Any rhyme or reason to selecting that time period, or just fit in with the scheduling of the permitting?
When the clients ask us to do shellfish surveys, I've been doing this for a long time, we don't feel that there's any restriction in time when the surveys are done, spring or summer or winter. We're out collecting shellfish, the shellfish are there all the time, so we try to address the client's needs for a shellfish survey as soon as we possibly can.
Yep. It's interesting, because we've talked a lot about the value of surveys and what is significant habitat, and for me, this site has higher habitat value than, say, 18 Strandway, further downstream on the east side, but that survey produced more shellfish. That survey had a higher number and a much higher frequency of occurrence, meaning, plots that had shellfish. This one had, I think, about an 18% frequency of occurrence, which isn't super high, but many of those plots were in deep water where they found nothing. So it's curious, if you go there and go downstream a little bit, you'll see a lot more oysters right now. If you go a little bit upstream from here, you'll see a lot more oysters. So that could be one of the quirks of surveys, where this area is open for shellfishing, and so did those oysters get harvested? And that can happen. And so it's
I think
just.
that can happen anywhere.
It can happen anywhere, and it's just one of those things that, can affect these
But
results.
it's easy to mitigate for the shellfish, once the dock goes in. I mean, I've seen shellfish grow on piers and docks and pilings and, all throughout Harwich and.
Yeah, oysters
Cape Cod.
don't hate dock pilings.
No, they don't.
But my feeling is that the structure, the pilings, the floats, the boat, those things cause scouring impact that reduce the settlement of juvenile shellfish, particularly quahogs and soft-shell clams. So those are the reasons that I have concerns, and why I think that we have a very important bylaw that directs us not to support new structures without a variance in shellfish habitat. It's very interesting, the numbers of quahogs, they're not large. It's just the way it turned out. But at the same time, you still have an 18% coverage of the area, and you have, I think, very low oyster coverage just by chance. You will find much higher oysters if you went out this week on either side of the plots. That's just the way it goes.
We could add oysters to the mitigation plan and not focus all on
Right.
quahogs.
And that's been a good approach in the past, I think. I guess my feeling is that we're mitigating with seed. We're not really where we should be more focused on habitat protection. And I think that, we've probably reviewed maybe 10 of these in my time, and we've approved them all. Well, actually, we denied one. So we've, for me, a variance should be uncommon, it should be unique. We've been issuing variances for these routinely, and I don't think that's really the intent of our bylaw or our language on variances. So that's the reason why my concern remains. I think that docks have impacts on salt marsh. You've done a lot to mitigate that. I think you've done a lot to reduce impacts to coastal bank. This is a very pristine coastal bank, and but I think you've done quite a bit to mitigate that. I don't feel there's a dock on Herring River that hasn't had impacts to shellfish habitat and salt marsh. And again, I've offered to take folks out in waders and show them what I've seen, and I'd love to do that because I think it's a concern for this site, it's a concern for cumulative impacts, which is a component of our bylaws. So, I mean, we've got some real strong differences of opinion on this one, and I think that's natural. I don't think it's that unusual that we have differences of opinions.
Question. Being with the deeper depths in this site, does that create less impact that you mentioned about the scouring and everything? Because when I go kayaking down that river, I've told you, there are existing docks sometimes where I think at low tide, the floats are down. And with the deeper water, does that create less of an impact on our shellfish? And is that...
Yes, I think Mark has done a good job to get this thing out deeper and to try to reduce those impacts, but I don't think they go away. It's similar to the elevation of the pier. I think you will still have salt marsh impacts because you have shading. You've reduced your shading, you haven't eliminated it. And so I think you will have salt marsh impacts. And if you go around to see all the different docks, you'll see some really incredible impacts for docks that were built years ago that are much lower. The spacing is much less. And so I don't think your impacts go away. I think your scouring is still there, and I think you'll have quahog and soft-shell clam impacts. I don't think you'll have real problems with oysters. They don't seem to have a big problem with hard structures. So, but those other two species, salt marsh, and I am concerned about the coastal bank because it is in a natural state. I think it's important to keep in mind, we really don't allow any other activities or structures in this area, which is otherwise a no-disturb zone. Our regs allow docks, but we don't allow any other activities to put in new structures in a no-disturb area. So it's just my approach to interpret that bylaw very strictly and literally.
The other comment, we've talked about the timing of these studies. They're not scientific. There's too much randomness into a study. Like we say, there could be shellfishing going on, or like you mentioned, from your standpoint, the time of the year wouldn't make a difference.
No, but I would like to add that there's an opportunity here to do follow-up survey work so that we could get a better response or answer.
Well,
So there's monitoring that would be involved, so we could.
I guess my only concern is we've asked that on one other instance where we have approved it. We don't know what the results are.
They haven't done it yet.
I know it. And my fear is that once we've approved that one, and if there is a negative impact, you can't go back.
Just to, if you don't, I'm sorry, if you don't mind me jumping in
Go
for
ahead.
1 minute, regarding the timing of the surveys, that your bylaw in, your local regulations in section 1.10, section 3.8, requires site-specific shellfish studies, and it doesn't specify the timing, and so.
Doesn't make it right.
But that's what your regulations say.
I know,
So
I'm-
in terms of compliance, the project's compliance
I'm
with
just
that,
talking
yeah.
from a
No,
practical
I understand,
standpoint,
right,
from
right.
how to be consistent,
Right.
that the studies are
Right.
giving you the correct answer in all cases. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, so no, in the
From a-
future, maybe
from a-
amending the regulations might make sense there. But
No,
they
I'm
are,
not
they
saying the
are, yeah.
regulation is right or wrong. I'm
Right.
saying from a practical,
Right.
scientific, from an approach of coming up with a correct answer is what I'm talking about.
Right. I also just want,
Studies have, whether they be medical studies or whatever, you gotta
Right.
have guidelines that you're following to come up with
We
consistent
do
answers.
follow a guideline. The studies are done, I take great pride in performing my studies in a scientific method, and we're not just surveying. You may see other scientists come in here with surveys. We don't just study where the project is proposed. We go out a full 100 feet. We go 50 feet on one side and 50 feet on the other, and then we always go 20 feet beyond the seawardmost extension of the float. And so we're looking at over 100 samples, about 130 samples for the project that is here, so that we want to accurately assess the shellfish habitat, so that will help us make the smart decisions that we need to make. If you want my opinion on shellfish, it's the water quality. If we can clean up the water quality, then your shellfish will be improved vastly throughout the whole system, whether it's Herring River or Allen's Harbor or Witchmere. And so if there's a way that we can do, I think that even some of the proposed efforts that are being done by the client here, with all of the things that keep, to keep impermeable surfaces to a minimum and help with stormwater runoff, I think that there's an opportunity to improve water quality as well, and that will in turn improve the shellfish habitat. That's what we want to see. And you, as a town, are doing great things. I mean, I've been doing shellfish surveys here, I don't know, maybe 15, 18 years. And I've seen so many great things happen here in this town and all over Cape Cod, because we recognize the water quality has to improve to get our shellfish back. I see docks and piers. I've seen marsh grass, Spartina, grow, alterniflora, not patens, alterniflora, grow up through the flow-through gratings on docks and Barnstable. So it's entirely possible for enough light to get through those docks, through that flow-through grating now. It's new material, and it's built for a purpose to help minimize and avoid impact.
If I can add, I think between the board and myself, we've learned a lot in the last 2 years. We've learned about how we gather the data, how the regulations affect what we do, and we're all learning. And I think that's a great process that I have a high amount of respect for. We've learned that if we can start to monitor these docks after they're put in, which has never been done before, we can start to gain data. We don't know where that's going to lead us. We understand that there's some holes in that as far as inconsistencies, but at least it's a start. What I would suggest, that same monitoring is being offered here. I didn't say it, but we've discussed it. It is on the table for somebody to come back once a year, at least for the first 3 years, and poke around and take another assessment and just see what's happening. It would tell us if the additional on-site mitigation has been successful, and that's all added data going forward. You're right, we can't go back. We don't have the data that we don't have, but we can start working together. We can start to get that data that we need to move forward. What I'd also suggest is when you come in every year, is take pictures of the salt marsh. Keep the order open for the 3 years for the shellfish. At the same time, we can monitor the marsh. Marsh is easy to plant. They're plugs that are put in between 1 and 3 feet apart, bare root plugs. A very simple procedure if it was necessary. My opinion would be it wouldn't, but let's prove that. So snap some pictures while you're there looking at the shellfish. We'll have a photographic record of the marsh under the dock, and we'll see. And if there is anything negative going on, it's a very easy fix.
And if you wanted to prescribe when the shellfish surveys were done, then that could be done as well for a follow-up.
Yep.
We could come back at a certain time of year if that's important, for sure.
Yep.
So, Mark?
Yeah.
If the presence of the dock is degrading the marsh, how is planting new marsh going to change that?
You're at least making up.
Yeah, but if the marsh grass is dying because the dock is there, you put more marsh grass there, isn't that marsh grass going to die too? I don't get that. I don't understand what you're advocating here.
I'm just advocating that you have a chance to monitor it, and you do have a chance to at least replant some of the grass. There was a project that I had.
You're not answering my question, though.
Well, I understand. I do understand what you're saying.
If you replant grass in a place where it's dying because the conditions are bad, how does that solve anything? How does that address anything we're talking about here?
Well, okay, so there's been examples, I had a project in Eastham where salt marsh was growing on a boat ramp, and they had to replace the concrete boat ramp. And they were able to put marsh in some other area to mitigate the loss of the marsh that was around the boat ramp. It's like 150 square feet, it wasn't a lot. So within this site, you have other areas that you could plant to increase the density of the marsh in that area as well, if there was a loss directly under. So I get your point, putting it back, if the sun is taking it away, if the lack of sun is taking it away, it doesn't do any good to put it there. You certainly have opportunities along this whole stretch of beach. There was a bare spots further to the south that were suggested to use to launch kayaks from. So that area could be planted because you wouldn't need that access. So there is, in this stretch of beach, there's plenty of areas to supplement the density of the marsh if it degraded where the dock is. I will tell you, the project in Eastham took a dock that was 8 feet wide, made it 4 feet wide, and the marsh blew up underneath it, meaning it's like this tall in a year, in one season. It just blew up.
Another quick thing I just wanted to bring up again related to the variance issue and whether, a variance could be allowed for the local prohibition against structures in a town mapped shellfish area. As you know, the standard for a variance is that it will, the project won't adversely affect the interests protected by the bylaw, and so here the interest was land containing shellfish. The local regulations don't, at least I didn't see any specific performance standards for land containing shellfish. I feel like we've been talking like vaguely about adversely affect and what does that mean, and Pam in her report went through the state performance standards in 310 CMR 10.34 for land containing shellfish, and that allows for a specific analysis as opposed to just saying, well, we think it'll affect it, adversely affect it or not, which I feel like we've sort of been talking about, but maybe Pam can kind of go through it further. It's all in her report, or if you have questions, but the state has specific performance standards which determine whether or not there's an adverse impact, and she went through all of those and found that there was no adverse effect. So I think that clearly answers that, leaves out the vagueness in the discussion a little bit.
And there's the provision in that if there is an adverse perceived, if there's an adverse effect, that if the shellfish habitat can be restored within a year, then
Right.
that's allowable by the performance standards, as Amy mentioned.
Right.
Amy alluded to that.
Mhm.
Right, but I think your analysis showed that there wasn't
Yeah, but
an
there's no,
adverse effect.
there's no,
Yeah.
we all know.
So you have an opportunity for monitoring on both areas, shellfish and marsh. You have an ability to mitigate both of them, either directly on the site or adjacent to. It's a learning process, and you'll have some valuable data to use going forward.
I've got a question on one of the court cases that was used to indicate that the denial might be interpreted as arbitrary and capricious. That would be Lovequist versus Conservation Commission of Dennis. Was that the one where the town of Dennis herring warden was caught seeding the area with shellfish before the shellfish survey? And I think he was also alleged to threaten the proponent. A brilliant approach, you
Right.
just can't get caught.
Yeah, no, I'm not honestly sure offhand. That's the case that generally stands for that standard, that there's no, that there's not an alternative reason for denying the project, and,
I think I recall that one, but I just bring it up. I think it's, there are different types of cases, and I think this case, is one that,
well, we're not, I'm not using that case as an example of, the facts, but it just provides the law that arbitrary and capricious is one of the standards that a court will look at. I'm not saying it's comparable fact-wise, but that's the leading case on that standard.
I was laughing with you, not at you, because
It's okay either way.
Obviously,
I
that's
remember when that
different,
happened, and it was,
the guy
made-
who engineered Volkswagen to emit beautifully when they were plugged in and then go like bonkers when they're not, I thought that was genius. just genius. But, yeah, not a good thing to do, but genius.
I had one of those cars and it really made me mad.
I bet.
What amazes me is that for all the years, we're just now trying to come up with data after all this time. I mean, and everything up until now is opinion or whatever. And now we're trying to develop data.
I think that's great.
Well, even in terms of,
I'm just amazed that there hasn't been data developed years ago.
It's really hard to do. There are so many things that can affect.
So many other
Well,
variables.
you know.
Oh, and I don't mean just Harwich, I'm just talking
No, you're right. Any other town that I've worked
anywheres.
in, some of them don't even require shellfish surveys. They just treat the site as if it has shellfish, and they mitigate against it with a dollar amount based on the square footage of the floats on the dock. Simple as that, whether they're there or not. And other towns have specific depth requirements. Harwich, Barnstable has assessed all of their areas. They give them a value from like 1 to 5, which is brilliant. So all that work's
1 to
been
10,
done.
1 to 10,
1 to 10?
1 to 10,
And 1 being like hardly can do anything.
or 0,
Or
0 to 10.
or is it 5? Anyway.
Yeah.
And then 5 is like stay away, you know. So, yeah, a lot of other towns have done some of that work. Not many, you know. You guys are not in the majority or the minority.
And we're gonna take that on very shortly, but I think for tonight, and we have to move forward, we have a lot of other items on the agenda.
Yeah.
Any comments from the audience?
I have a comment.
Could you go to the mic, Aaron, would you mind? Thank you.
My question is, the canopy that hangs over the river, that shades the marsh area, what effect does that have on the marsh itself? Does anybody know?
I would say that it's not as proximate as, you know, the pier decking would be.
As a 4-foot wide pier?
Yeah. And could it have an impact on the salt marsh? Probably, but it's a natural setting. So we just have to go by what's in our regulations in terms of, does the project impact salt marsh or not? But it's a good point. It probably affects the salt marsh around your property. You know, that canopy, it's a lush, it's kind of a pristine bank there. So, but we have to go by what's before us, you know, in our regulations. Any other comments from the commissioners, or?
I would like to make an offer. I think I've offered this before to Amy. I have data that I've collected here from various shellfish projects. And over the years, GIS has improved vastly since I started doing them. I have probably all of the data from the shellfish surveys I've done in the town, and I will give you the data for them.
I would love it.
I don't know if I have it in 18 years ago, some of it probably
Sure.
wasn't necessarily done in GIS. But at some point,
Yeah.
we can talk about, I just want to put that on the table, that I'm happy to give you whatever I have.
That'd be very helpful.
That would be very helpful.
Thank you.
I just wanted to just kind of point out quickly, just from a practical perspective, it seems like the mapping, you know, and obviously Pam's the expert on this, but the town mapping seems somewhat arbitrary in that, from what I understand, the entire Herring River is a designated shellfish area, and, you know, most saltwater bodies in Harwich are also designated shellfish areas. And then you have the provision in the local regulations that requires a shellfish survey, so it almost contradicts itself. Well, if, you know, we're just gonna say there's this prohibition against any structures in town mapped areas, which is almost most of the water bodies in town, then what's the point of even requiring this specific shellfish study that actually looks at the actual data which is there, which, you know, I understand everyone's realizing that, you know, the town does need to collect more of that data, but this is looking at what's actually there, and it just seems to conflict with the town mapping. Why even have this requirement if we're not gonna look at it? It seems arbitrary.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I also think in practice, you know, with the docks we've reviewed, if we do find sediments that don't support shellfish, and we do find surveys that have almost nothing, it hasn't been a hard variance to issue. And again, we've issued variances, I think, 9 out of 10 times of the docks that have come before us in my time. So I think, the surveys are useful. And I think this site has shellfish. It's mapped, yes, and it has shellfish. And I do think that if the survey was taken at a different time of year, you'd probably have more oysters. And that wouldn't change the outlook, I don't believe, but your numbers would go up like they did down at 18 Strandway. So these are all good points. I hope we can find a way to, improve our documents. It won't help us, tonight, but I think moving forward, I think we need to work on that. And we will soon. Would a commission member like to make a motion on this notice of intent?
I'll make a motion to approve the request for pier ramp, float, and vista pruning for 10 Chase Street.
Second.
Seconded by Mark.
Can I ask for some clarification?
Sure.
Is that under the act and the bylaw?
Under the act and the bylaw.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So, 2 opposed, did you vote?
I said quietly, aye.
Okay, so 4 ayes and 2 negatives. So the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
We've got conditions.
The conditions to follow up on the shellfish restoration?
We will, so I'll draft the orders of conditions, and you'll see, you can make suggestions about when that should be and what you would like to do. What I will do is, I'll probably do what we did for 18 Strandway, and you can say if that is sufficient, or if you'd like something different. But that'll be in the, I'll need to draft the order over the next couple weeks.
And I would like actually to follow up on whether or not this graded dock allows for more or equal light penetration for the
Yep, so salt marsh.
salt marsh.
Salt marsh monitoring as well.
Just out of curiosity, how many graded docks have you put in?
Most of them in the last, well, the first graded dock I put in was in 2002. The grading was just new. Division of Marine Fisheries accepted it without question. And the first dock, it was in Dennis that I put in, and it was a monopile that was only 19 inches off the ground. And so I've been doing it for, let's see, when I was an employee, probably back in 1998, we had a graded walkway in Chatham, first one ever.
Interesting. And also, where the letter we were looking at from the state was saying that it looked to me like they were recommending at least 6 feet above the marsh now.
1.5.
And our
1.5
bylaw,
times.
our regulation says 4 feet?
We say 1 to 1.
We say 1 to 1,
So
and they
which
say
is-
1.5 to 1.
That's fairly new from the state. It used to always be 1 to 1, which typically if a dock is 4 feet wide, it has to be 4 feet high, or 5 for lateral access. But yeah, that's a fairly new thing that we've seen in the past years, is 1.5 to 1.
Yeah, we're going to discuss it next Friday.
Yes, you are.
I will point out that some of the other docks, a lot of my dock designs have a step down, and there's a reason for that, because my history in other towns has been that the higher the dock goes up, the more people come out and go, I don't want to see this thing, or well, you're building a skyscraper. We lowered one because of that here. The one over in 19 Lawns Way got lowered, got stepped down because of that. So just be aware that if you require that height, you're going to get a lot more pushback
Yeah.
because of the visual aspect of it. I've also been to two presentations for different towns about sea level rise given by Greg Berman. And what he is presenting is that sea level is going to rise, is an 85% chance that sea level will rise 1 foot in the next 20 years, and 2 feet in the next 40 years, 85%.
85%.
So all these docks, the clearance is just going to get better, for one. But flood, like
you
that
know,
bulkhead.
coastal resiliency
That'll be
is
an
a
impact
problem.
on Marsh.
It's a huge
Marsh has nowhere to migrate. It's
I'm
just
gonna have
get
waterfront
inundated.
property.
That bulkhead that you were talking about
Could be a
taking
wild
out, they might want to leave it there, because when the sea comes up another foot, that beach might just go away. So-
It's gonna be, and it's gonna be 60 this weekend, and 60 degrees,
Really?
yeah. Climate change, it's real.
Thank you.
Thank you.
have to move
Thank
on.
you,
Thank
Happy
you.
New
I
Year.
got a couple others.
Amy, have your GIS person.
We don't have one.
Oh, you don't have a GIS?
We don't, we only have a viewer. We'll talk.
Well, talk, call me or something.
I'm, there's myself and another person who are somewhat technical
Technically,
for that, but not so much. So, we'll,
we'll talk. Not going
but
on.
I would love the data.
Yeah, I would love to get it together.
Okay, next, we have a notice of intent,
You're okay?
2 Lake Shore Drive, proposal to remove existing garage deck renovations and construction of new garage and addition.
Is something new?
No, it's just.
Oh, pictures.
Good evening, Phil Cheney, landscape designer here, representing the Boskis, along with David Little of Ryder Wilcox. The last before you, we had discussed the addition and the appropriate mitigation for that, as well as looking for approval for the unauthorized deck expansion by the pond. And there were some questions about where the mitigation was going, what it referred to, and where it was going and so forth. So I've supplied a revised mitigation plan for you where I've separated out the 2 areas. One for the amount of required mitigation for the addition is 1,772 square feet. And I show in the crosshatched green area to the northwesternly side 1,787 square feet of mitigation to account for that. As well as we're designating the one area of native vegetation that's regrowing as just being allowed to continue to regrow as the other hatch pattern between that area and the proposed addition of the deck. Now, additionally, for mitigation for the deck expansion, we're taking out that one long leg of boardwalk which goes off to the north and west, which was, to our understanding, part of the approved certificate of compliance back when it was done.
For the dock and
For the
20
dock
and 20.
and all. So that there is roughly equivalent to the 135 square
Give
feet
it to them.
of deck expansion on the platform. In addition, we are doing more than a 3-to-1 mitigation planting for that expansion by increasing the width of the buffer along the pond's edge to a 10-foot minimum. So you can see that area on the southeasterly portion there, 462 square feet to cover the 405 required just straight for the deck expansion, not including the removal of the existing boardwalk, which was approved. So it's our hope that that would be enough to allow the Boskis to keep the expansion on the deck there, that there's a significant improvement overall, cutting down the amount of open lawn area and providing a better vegetative buffer.
Thank you. Any summary comments for us, Amy?
It's real brief. I think it is a net benefit to the property. That boardwalk, that meandering boardwalk was approved, at least in 2005, if not prior to that. We did do some file research on that, so that meandering walkway that is in the 0 to 50, which is now proposed to be removed. So that's a good thing. It doesn't fragment the buffer so much. Thank you for adding the additional row of plantings on the southeast side of the dock. And I would recommend approval as presented.
Thank you, Amy. Mark, I'll shift over to you. Any comments?
No, I'm happy with the adjustments. To me, this makes good sense.
Stan?
The only question is, last time we were talking about a possible conservation restriction, that's not included in this plan.
They would prefer not to do that.
That's all I have.
Okay. John?
So, just one small thing is what you're identifying here is area of regrowing native vegetation. I recall visiting last time that there appeared to be invasives coming up in there. And I was asking you about what that was, and I think you were uncertain at the time.
Yeah, I couldn't identify anything at this time of year that I could be sure that was on there. I mean, I would sort of presume it would be bittersweet, which is usually identified
It's vine.
in the growing season.
Yeah.
What,
Right,
what,
you
It's a
said-
vine, so it's probably bittersweet.
Yeah.
so I
They'd be
just
happy
think,
to
think
pull
we should
that.
condition that whatever invasives are in this area be removed as part of this
Yeah.
project.
By all
And
means.
removal, yep.
By all means.
Jim?
Yeah, I think the mitigation plan looks pretty good. Yeah, we probably wouldn't have permitted that platform regardless. So those are my comments.
Okay. Carolyn?
I think the mitigation plan is sufficient with the emphasis on removing the invasives. There are these new plantings that are gonna be overtaken in 5 years.
Sure, sure. And I say I think there's some good root systems there in the native vegetation already, so, yeah, just keeping an eye on the bittersweet.
I think we've had the same exact conversation in other hearings.
Oh, no, it's highly visible for the clients. I mean, they're right outside their deck and beside their boardwalk, so love to keep that under control.
Well, thank you for the back and forth that led this project to where it is. Appreciate the effort.
Appreciate the chance.
Yeah. Any further comments from everybody? Any conditions that we need to consider beyond what?
Say the condition to, the no fertilizers or chemicals, pesticides, and that any reseeding of lawn be done with a native seed mix.
Mhm. Well, I move that we approve the notice of intent for 2 Lakeshore Drive with the aforementioned conditions.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, we have 27 Soundview Road, proposal for vista pruning.
You can bring them closer if you want. Yeah, they're all set. I talked to them.
Did that get fixed?
Yeah, well, the owner was notified. and stuff, so. I'll have to put Ryder and Wilcox, remind me of this, put you on the beginning of the next agenda. Try to, well,
Paid our dues.
well, we just try to make it easy, even, so you're not always at the end.
I'm sure it was because we were the last ones to submit it at the
No.
final hour. No? Just luck of the draw? I'm Stephanie Sequin with Ryder and Wilcox. So this is an application for vista pruning that will occur at 27 Soundview Road, which is a vacant lot. The applicant, John Long, and his wife own the adjacent property at 25 Trout Brook Road, and they are working with the owner of the 27 Soundview to obtain an easement to allow vista pruning on the vacant lot, 27 Soundview. So the resource areas here, there's a a freshwater marsh abutting the Red River. It's also within land subject to coastal storm flowage, so the slope abutting the marsh is by definition a coastal bank. So the vegetation that's being proposed to be maintained is within the buffer to the wetland, within the land subject to coastal storm flowage, and on the coastal bank. So those are the resource areas that we're dealing with, and within the riverfront. And I will just hand it over to Nick, and he can explain what is being proposed here.
So it's fairly straightforward. We're looking to basically preserve the view that's already there. We've proposed the removal of 3 native trees and the additional pruning of the remaining trees in the area. We're also proposing the addition of 25 native shrubs to the area. Currently, there's really no invasives in that area, so there's no need for invasive species management. The understory to the canopy that's existing is native and is comprised a lot of scrub oak and highbush blueberry, and airwood viburnum. So what we're looking to do is maintain the view into the future. We've done pruning in the past under administrative review, and it virtually looks unpruned as of now. We're going to train the trees that are to remain for lateral growth through corrective pruning, and the pruning is slated to occur every other year. So with that, I will take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Amy, a summary?
Yeah, so if you go out to the site, there's a substantial grade change, which allows for, there's some fairly tall trees that are there. And they're proposed, from what I can tell, they're proposed to really stay at the pretty much the height that they're at right now. There is some lateral pruning to encourage a little bit more side growth on some of instead of upward growth. But again, that should be minimal. They are proposing to remove some arborvitae, proposing to plant back some serviceberry, which are technically a tree. They're a small understory tree, and I think they would do well here. A lot of the pruning is limbing on the sides to get kind of, especially the larger trees that are on the side, more on the hillside, to get a view under and kind of through the vegetation. I did work with Crawford Land Management and the applicants to kind of help come up with something that hopefully will be approvable to the commission, yet also preserve the integrity of the trees that are there, try to add some improved understory to there for multiple layers, and still maintain somewhat, a view for them. So I recommend approval. We just work together on this.
Thanks, Amy. Any comments, Mark?
No, I agree with Amy totally.
No comment. No comment.
Okay.
Any plans to prune the shrubs? Would there be a height that they would be pruned to?
No, the grade change is
Enough that.
so much that, I mean, things can reach a height of 20, 25 feet, maybe even a little bit more without ever needing to be pruned. The understory, the scrub oaks, they'll stay low enough where they will never need to be pruned. And the service berries, the airwood viburnums, the blueberries, they'll never reach. I mean, I've seen some big service berries, but it'd be a long, long ways down the road.
Yeah, all right, that's all.
I have no comments other than thank you for coming to us before you did it.
Yeah. Amy, has there been any discussion on the duration of the order? It
Well,
would
I
be-
think, so what I would recommend is we go through a couple of years, see what it looks like, and then kind of make that decision on the duration of the order, whether if the certificate of compliance allows to maintain a certain view as it is after it's pruned, or I wouldn't recommend deciding on that right now.
Okay.
I want to see how the project goes before we decide about ongoing maintenance past the life of the order.
Okay. I know we've had a couple that did have conditions that were in perpetuity.
Yeah.
And going back to those sites, I'm not really thrilled with,
Yeah.
that approach.
Right, yep. So
Okay.
I would want to see what it looks like first and then go from there.
All right. Any, someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the notice of intent for 27 Soundview Vista pruning.
Saved by Mark. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for hanging in there.
Sorry for waiting. Good night.
You too.
you, want me to, I had gotten these from Nikki. Do you want me to pass these out?
It's not necessary.
Okay.
If you,
David wanted hard copies for all the commissioners, that's what it says.
I think I can,
Okay,
if you want to pass them out.
I'll pass a couple of them. So you may have this already from, but I'll pass, there's 3 of them out. Oh, you may already, I'll have them.
I think they might have. I have.
Well, for anybody who doesn't have a packet, you know, like a site plan, we have extras. Pass one down. All right. Anybody else?
Okay, next we have a notice of intent for 21 Deacons Folly Road, proposal to raise and replace a dwelling.
Good evening, David Little from Ryder and Wilcox, representing Deacons Folly Realty Trust. I did see that some of you had the opportunity to go to the site, because I saw some footprints out there in the sun today. But I took some photos that, in the event that anybody didn't have a chance.
I went Monday before it snowed.
Oh, okay.
You
I
will
think
find
that
this
might
afternoon.
aid me in my presentation. It's not no new material.
Okay, thank you.
So 21 Deacon Folly Road is a developed lot. Resource areas on the property include a sand pond, a bordering vegetated wetland. The dwelling is an existing 6-bedroom multifamily structure, and there are also timber steps that lead from the dwelling to an existing boardwalk over the BVW and extends to an existing dock located on Sand Pond. In doing research for this, I found there's not a lot on file in the town hall, but I did find a 1971 building permit and site plan that showed the house at that time. So it was constructed in 71. When I could find nothing on file as to when the boardwalk and dock were constructed. The project itself includes the demolition of the existing dwelling and foundation and the construction of a new dwelling and foundation within the exact same, the foundation would be within the exact same footprint as the existing foundation. The decks on the water side of the dwelling, if you'll notice the plan that I have to the left of me, in pink, I have highlighted where some cantilevered expansions are going to occur. So, and then if I could draw your attention to this, the red line here is where the existing dwelling is, and the red line here is where the existing deck is. What the applicant would like to do would be to cantilever the deck an additional 3 feet. The support post would remain in the same spot. Here, there are 2 areas where there would be a slight cantilever on the 2nd floor. And then the only other expansion or change would be they would like to have a roof over the deck. But for all intents and purposes, we are maintaining the existing foundation location. The photos show on the site how close some of the very large trees have grown around the house. The duplex has not been occupied for at least 4 years, to my knowledge, and it's in very bad shape. The yard has been neglected and needs a lot of attention as well. So the landscape architect and I went around the site. We flagged the trees immediately adjacent to the dwelling that we would like to remove. Some of them are dangerous and overhanging the dwelling. Some are invasive, but all of them are in relatively close proximity to the dwelling. So, and you can see some of them in the photos that I have taken. The landscape architect has provided you with several plans: an existing species plan, a materials plan, a grading plan, which essentially shows that we're not going to be doing any grading on the site, a planting plan and details of steps. I would venture to say there were, at some point in time, paths that went around this dwelling to get to the water. It's so old and in such a state of disrepair, the leaves haven't been raked in years, it's hard to tell what was there. I did come across an old Google photo that showed that cars used to park in the grass in front of the house. 2 cars would park on one side for the duplex, another car parked on the other. But you go out there now, it's just, it's totally overgrown. It's just been neglected. So the landscape architect has proposed 2 paths around both sides of the house. The trees that are proposed for removal, some are healthy, some are compromised, and some are dead, and they are all noted on the plans. There are 4 healthy trees proposed for removal, and the landscape architect is proposing to replace them with 12 new native trees. When I was on the site today, I spent some time to do a rough count of the number of trees out there. Within the wetland itself, there are approximately 80, and within the upland area of the property, there's probably another 40 trees. So the site is significantly treed, and we do want to remove some along the pond side of the house. And then the other ones along the east and the west side of the house, they essentially need to be removed to construct a new foundation. We only have 10 feet between the foundation and the property line, so we're probably going to be disturbing. For those of you that went to see it, there's some, I don't know if they're arborvitaes or Leland cypress along the easterly property line. We'll probably be excavating right up to the roots of those, hopefully not compromising them. And then there's a couple of large trees on the westerly side that would have to be removed. Almost the entire site is within your jurisdiction. We are proposing to install a new septic system, a new 6-bedroom septic system in the front yard. Presently, there are 2 septic tanks and 3 leach pits. Those will be removed, and we'll install a new leaching facility. Pretty much the entire front yard is going to be gravel parking, so it will be pervious. I'm just trying to go through this as quickly as I can for you. It's been a long evening. The planting plan that we've provided proposes 12 trees, 124 woody shrubs, 730 perennials, 263 ground covers within jurisdiction in the area where the trees and invasives are being removed on the pond side of the house. The landscape architect wanted me to point out that it's a very shady site, and so the removal of the trees on the south side of the dwelling will allow some sunlight to get in, and the robust planting that she's proposing on the south side of the house, she thinks that sunlight will help out quite a bit. So I did provide a construction protocol, and additionally in the application, the landscape architect did a very detailed schematic of all of the trees that she's shown on her plan and designate them as either alive, compromised, or dead, and as well as the invasives that are going to be removed. So I'll cut my presentation off there and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think I've seen a more comprehensive existing conditions planting plan than this. That, I mean, not just what's there, but like what state it's actually in. So I was like kind of blown away by that. That especially for a single family home. It's a good thing. It was great to have. So our regulations say within the 0 to 50, if you do any expansion, you need a 3 to 1 mitigation. It seems like you're, based on what you're saying you're providing as mitigation, you're just about there, but not completely. And then a 2 to 1 within the 50 to 100, which you don't meet. You're at a less than a 1 to 1 right now, I believe, that what you're showing. But I do think instead of providing more mitigation, that there is room to potentially decrease some hardscape here. My own recommendation, I'm not too concerned about the cantilevered deck. It's 3 feet. I'm not as concerned about that as how formal the walkways appear. I think you could gain back some square footage and have less disturbance in the 0 to 50 by, either getting rid of the walkways altogether, except for when you get down to the real path. But can they walk underneath the decks? I understand it's a duplex and that there's different ownerships in each, but I would really like to see you look at whether the substantialness of those walkways is needed. Plus, the staircase, there's steps with, they're very formal.
They are very formal. I agree.
Granite steps with stone-faced cheek walls. That's all kind of new structure in the 0 to 50 that I question whether that, we're trying to preserve as much of the 0 to 50 as possible, and you seem to be getting, instead of backing away, which we appreciate, you seem to be encroaching a little bit more. A lot of the increase, just for the commission's edification, a lot of the increase in the 50 to 100 is really that driveway, because it's so informal now. And it appears you're going to, the cobblestone, whereas now it's native, so I don't necessarily see a negative impact to that. But I don't think you're quite there in terms of mitigation. I would like to see no greater in the 0 to 50 than what's there, or if at anything, maybe the cantilever would be okay as proposed. And I'd like to, I thought I had found a plan that showed that boardwalk, but we've seen so many projects, I could have been looking at the Bosque project or something else and thinking of that. I'd like to look a little bit more into that. If you said it didn't show on a plan in 71, I'm a little concerned.
So this is the plan that I found on file.
Okay.
And
It's a septic?
That was the site plan for the proposed dwelling.
Okay.
That accompanied the building permit when it was built in 1971.
Okay.
And that does not show, it doesn't show the steps down the bank, it doesn't show the walkway, it doesn't show the dock.
I'm guessing they want to keep those things.
They would like to keep them, and we would like to replace them in kind.
And is the dock permitted? Has it ever had a Chapter 91?
The
any
dock
of that? So.
does not have a Chapter 91 license.
Okay.
Sand Pond is a great pond.
Correct.
So these are issues that I expected to come up this evening. I didn't get into them in great detail because I anticipated you would want to do more research on.
Yeah, I would like to do a little more research on that boardwalk and the dock, and I can do some in-house here too. So I'll just,
And it's currently a duplex, but it's becoming a single-family dwelling.
Okay.
It's no longer going to be a duplex.
Oh, okay. So even more of a reason why we don't have to worry about multiple owners crossing properties.
No.
There may not be a need for those formal walkways around I understand need for egress around the house, but I think those walkways add a lot to your hardscape that may not be necessary in the 0 to 50. So I'll leave it at that for now. I can't make a recommendation. I think we have too much research to do on this one.
Thanks, Tammy. Lon, any comments?
No, I gotta study this, there's a lot here.
Okay, Stan?
No comment. No comment.
None? Okay, John?
So you're saying most of, it's not entirely clear to me from looking at the drawings, but you did just say that most of the front yard is gravel drive. I guess since it's not a duplex,
Yeah.
just, why does it all need to be gravel drive?
Well-
That would be one question, and another thing to consider in reducing hardscape. And it's a rhetorical question more than anything else.
So if I may, this part of it is within jurisdiction. Everything from there out, where the
Yeah.
septic system is outside of jurisdiction. So I can look into reducing driveway within jurisdiction out in the front, but there really, if you went to the site, there really isn't much room between the road and the house
Yeah.
to park. I mean, you could probably park 3 cars there. So it's not,
Okay.
but I'll look into that, John. That's a valid point.
So the other question I have, just having been to the site, is that along the eastern side of the house, it was staked for this pathway, and the center line is like well inside what I took to be a Leland cypress there, but I don't know, maybe it's a.
That was the limit of work. It was inside the
No,
Leland's.
it said center line, well, I think it was very,
It said
you looked
walkway.
at that, didn't you, Mark?
I did. It
Walks
said-
on both sides marked, so.
It had
Okay.
CL walkway.
Oh,
So,
okay.
And you're saying you're trying to, I'm just questioning
No,
whether
I think it was this one.
those trees there are salvageable. Are you really planning to keep those things, given?
When, on the Leland cypress on this side,
Yeah,
I will address that.
it's a question, that's all.
We have to respect the property line. We have a very good relationship with both neighbors, so.
Oh, they may be in the adjacent lot, that's what you're saying.
They may be the neighbors' trees, and I'm gonna have to look into, if they have to be removed, they would obviously have to be replanted.
Yeah, okay, all right. That's all.
Yeah, I just want to talk about a fairly large increase in size, so there's some mitigation specified here. It seems like a lot of the mitigation is in areas that are semi-natural or, you know, they're not in, so we generally don't count it like we normally would, like if you're taking out a driveway and putting in a meadow. So it might be a good idea to try to reduce that hardscape. I mean, I see some room for improvement with that mitigation, but it's not really the same, 'cause it's already basically.
And I'm gonna be able to avoid the Donovan rule on this, because we're not gonna have any grass.
Yeah, good.
Well, no, I kinda call it that, because you're the
I
one
bring
that
it
always
up every
brings up
time.
the.
That's my job.
There are worse things to be done.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay.
I just find that the net change, the net increase is unacceptable.
Okay. If I may, I get the accesses around the house are too extreme. I'm sorry, Brad hasn't had a chance to say anything.
Oh, no, I'll wait till Carolyn's.
I'm finished.
I guess my question is, maintaining the footprint for the existing foundation and the posts for the deck and expanding the decks with a 3-foot cantilever, is that, I want to be able to take everything back to my client. There are a lot of things that we're covering here this evening.
Right,
And-
to me, the cantilever seems benign, but I just don't think it's a site that really needs any encroachment, any new structures in the 0 to 50.
Okay.
That's a variance. I don't know why we'd want to provide that for this, footprint, for this location. So I agree with all of Amy's comments on reducing the 50 to 100 footprint, but I think it's kind of a hard line for me to not see new structures in the 0 to 50, even a cantilever structure.
But can we agree that there obviously has been access around the house in the past, and we can provide access, just not in such a significant manner?
Well, access to me just means ability to walk around
path.
the house. Does it have to be a formal path? Is it just enough room between native vegetation and house to walk? Is it like very intermittent stepping stone type things?
Okay.
As benign as you can do. You know, just trying to reduce, because if you reduce your hardscape, it reduces the mitigation you have to do, and we don't have to discuss about whether or not it's truly mitigation if it's in a natural area. I'm just trying
Okay.
to prevent that.
So what I'd like to do is continue it for 2 weeks.
Mhm.
And I think I can address everything, but at the very least, perhaps you and I can
Yeah.
talk about the research regarding the walkway and the dock.
Yep.
And new plans need to be submitted when, Amy?
I'd love them by Thursday morning of next week.
Okay.
If you want to shoot them off to me ahead of time and have me review them, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, and I can, this project has had a lot of people working on it, but I can tell you I'm not surprised by the comments, and I will take them all back to my client and see if we can come up with a good project.
And one
It would be a
additional thing
shot.
for, that if you and Amy could discuss would be, you've got a fair number of large trees coming down, and it's being replaced, it seems, with more bushy material. Is there any way to try to,
Try, it's very heavily treed.
I
There's
know.
a big canopy there.
it
You could
is,
try some more
They-
understory
You know,
trees.
as I mentioned, there are about somewhere in the vicinity of 120 trees on the site, and we really just want to take them out around the house.
right,
And the landscape architect did do a very detailed Excel file of the condition of every tree that she showed on her plan. So I think she did address that pretty thoroughly.
how about in the 0 to 50? Are there many, it looks like there's some on the boundary there coming down.
Her file described,
Canopy.
she described, she called Zone 1 the wetland, Zone 2 the 0 to 50, and Zone 3 the 50 to 100. And she noted she noted 47 trees, and she went ahead and noted whether they were alive, compromised, dead, which ones she wishes to remove, which ones she's proposing for replacement, which are invasive, which are, I mean, it's a very, I think she's already done that, Brad. But I could work on that with Amy.
I would just discuss with Amy, you guys know this topic far better than I do. You know, it is a no disturb zone, and if we're losing a lot of big trees, I don't want to see it get all landscapey in the 0 to 50 with the replacement of, you know, ornamental type bushes.
Yeah.
And I'm being, you know, brief right now because it's late, but
Yeah,
that's,
yeah, I understand where you're going.
yeah.
It did seem like from the plan that maybe that was the intent. There's just so many plantings down real close to the wetland.
Right,
that-
it could be
that
both for,
We want it to be a
aesthetics as well as
natural,
natives.
end up being natural, yeah.
That's
we might be able to, I'll talk to David about that, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. All right, so 2 weeks?
Yes, please.
All
Wait a
right.
second.
Well, I move that we continue the hearing for 21 Deacon Follies Road until January 22nd. Second, that all those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you for hanging
Thank you
in there.
very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Remind me, try to put you on early on the 22nd.
Leave it when I see it.
Yeah.
Try. Orders and conditions, folks?
That's the point of being hungry.
Oh, before we do it, so I don't forget, for the one Ocean and, or 2 Ocean and 1 Zilpha, they need a new original signature page. I think they lost it when they were trying to record it. So would you mind that's the bulkhead one you've already approved recently. Could you sign that again, please? Send that around now.
I read all 5 orders of conditions, and I have no comments.
You want to do them as a group?
That's promising, yeah. I
We
think-
can,
I
just
think
tell
we
me which
should.
one, if you have comments, which one you're talking about. But if you feel comfortable voting on them simultaneously, I don't care.
I like the idea.
Oh, and I'll put that condition in for Vale about, the storage that Jim had mentioned behind the bulkhead, between the two stone walls, within 10 feet of the bulkhead, not to be on any native vegetation. I will add that to the Vale order.
Very specific.
Well, it was
No.
very easy, it was very easy to read.
That makes it easier to make
Mhm.
another decision in the situation.
Yep. Well, and if somebody ever asks a question about it, we can be like,
Why?
it was this particular instance, we allowed it,
Exactly.
and here's why.
Document.
On Prince Charles Drive, should there be a amount of time that the plantings have to survive before?
Yes. Let me find that file.
I don't know if I'm just not seeing it, but.
It may not be there. Um, 2 years prior to request for certificate of compliance.
Yeah, I think you want the native plants to have a 90% rate
Yeah,
after at least 2 years, so.
2 years, so I'll just add on to special condition number 8, the 2 years. Okay.
I took a few long beach walks over the holidays, and there's a lot of broken up drift fences. Oh my God, they're just
Yeah.
everywhere. They just don't survive.
Mm-hmm.
They get pounded.
I'm not 100% on them.
No.
And even some of these structures, you know, they're gonna get beaten up.
Yeah, do we have a condition in there, it was supposed to be removed, if left uncovered, right? Does that make it in there?
Removal
We-
for the last section,
Say it
Fin-
was, no,
the Neil Road.
If
the
it
whole
was,
thing?
if they weren't able to keep it covered, they had to remove it. That was a condition that I mentioned.
Okay, I'll put it in there, I'm just gonna check that.
I think at the time was 6 months,
Okay,
if they're,
I'll double check, but yeah, 6 months.
yeah, it was something like that, if they were not able to keep it covered. If it was left uncovered for more than 6 months, then they had to remove the,
All right, I'll
that's,
check that.
because that's what I see, is that they get uncovered, they stay
Right.
uncovered, then eventually they get washed away.
I'm with John. I have no comments on anything.
All right, I'm ready.
Anybody else wanna look at it a little bit more?
Just make sure you announce all of them, please.
All right, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve the order of conditions for the Zero Cove Landing Road, reconstruction of a boat ramp. Secondly, 6 and 10 Neil Road, shorefront protection. Thirdly, 0 Sequotum Road, dock. Fourthly, 11 Prince Charles Drive, addition, move outdoor shower, construct window well and plantings. And finally, 11 Braddock Street,
Do them one at a time, I'll send them out.
proposal for demo and rebuild dwelling. Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
There's 5 of them coming at you.
All right.
I hated to sign it before the vote.
We are meeting next Friday at 10 a.m. in the small hearing room to discuss bylaw changes. It is a public meeting, in case anybody, other people are attending.
Next
I was going to
Friday.
invite the Waterways Committee,
Date, next Friday, a week,
17th.
the
17th, 10 a.m., small hearing room. It has been advertised in the paper. And it's
Did
just-
you include the Bell's Neck Bog discussion as well?
We're going to put that, we don't have to put that in the legal ad, but I'll put it on the agenda.
Yeah, we may not have time.
Yeah.
We we may not.
But we'll put it on just in case we do.
Yeah, okay. Just to let folks know, I've been researching 7 neighboring towns, and I've just been digesting what's good and bad about their dock and pier regs, and I'm gonna provide a recommendation this Friday. And
Great.
it's simply a recommendation. Hopefully people can tear it to pieces and see what they like. I think Amy's doing some work too.
I am, yep.
And so, what's the best way to get that to people? I don't
Get it
think,
to me, and then I'll put it in Dropbox and
Okay.
disseminate it.
I
to
tried to
people.
load Dropbox, and my Dropbox is at the
Okay.
maximum size. They won't let
You
me.
gotta delete, see, I've been deleting hearings, like if I add one, I delete one.
Okay. I'll just email it to you.
So just email it to me, or I can also send it via email, you just can't, in between each other, it should come through one person.
Okay.
We don't have any minutes this time. That's all I got.
Okay.
We're gonna be doing some tree work tomorrow, hopefully.
We'll probably use the 2 hours for the docks and piers, that's my guess.
Well, that's a minimum, we can go longer.
Yeah,
Just depends on people's schedules.
yeah.
I did find out, so that articles do not have to be submitted to the town administrator's office until February 15th. I don't like to be too close to that date, but if we did have to have another, I always thought it was like the 1st of February.
For the
So if we did happen to have another just meeting session on it, there is time after the 22nd. What we'll try to do is we'll try to get it done.
Yep.
Did you say you're doing tree work?
Me and Hannah, I remember, yeah. We still have some storm damage. Isabel Smith. Isabel Smith, I don't know what time yet we're gonna go yet, though. It's like when we have time. Isabel Smith, Monomoy River Woodlands, there's a few down trees that we haven't gotten to yet.
My chainsaw just doesn't get enough use.
Sorry, Stan, I'll plan better next time.
Or just call me.
I don't even, with my back is so bad, I don't know if I'm gonna be doing any of it. But anyway,
Well,
To be careful.
let us know if you need help.
I appreciate it. This is kind of a just a
Yeah.
small project tomorrow.
Yeah.
We are gonna have a group service project day to cut in, at Thompson's Field.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so I'll let you know when that is. That's in March.
Yeah. Let me know if you have a little thicket of locusts.
A neighbor of mine has a pile of firewood that nobody's taken. It's all oak.
Really?
Yeah. It's sitting out by the road waiting for somebody to take it. It's cut to lengths about this big.
Wow. I can't be too greedy. I had a 6-cord pile
Sitting there for 6
in my
months since
yard
the
after
tornado.
the tornado. That one storm.
6 scored.
Yeah, me and a buddy teamed up.
Wow.
My wife was like, enough. Stop it.
Oh, not from your own yard.
No, we just.
You were
Yeah.
collecting.
It is what it is.
I'm around.
Yeah. I'll let you know if we do go out.
Well, I moved that we adjourn.
Thank you.
the meeting.
Second.
Second, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.